our primary goal, as far as actually completing business, will be to get that finished. And then Stephen Rosenfeld is going to take us through a new topic, which is considerations for uninformative research. And then tomorrow we will take up a couple of additional topics that are relatively new to the committee. So it's going to be a busy agenda, and I just want to be sure to thank our hardworking subcommittees who do much of the work in the background and preparing materials for us to review. And we really appreciate their work, as well as the work of the OHRP staff and Julia Gorey in particular. I am going to start by taking the role here, and so what I would like to do is we have two new members. We're going to start with them. The first of those is Allison Bateman-House. And Allison, welcome to the committee. Allison is an assistant professor in the Division of Medical Ethics at NYU and a professor of practice in law at the University of Arizona College of Law, and has great expertise in the research ethics and law and public health arenas that will be a wonderful addition to our committee. So welcome, Allison. And Neil Dickert is an associate professor of medicine at Emory University School of Medicine, where he practices cardiology and also has secondary appointment in the School of Public Health, and is a senior faculty member in Emory's Center for Ethics. And Neil also has a very robust history of publication in the research ethics arena, and will also be a wonderful asset to our committee. So welcome, Neil. Thanks. And we know the rest of you. So as I call your name, if you will just briefly introduce yourself with sort of your affiliation, primary affiliation, that would be wonderful. So Sandra, why don't I start with you?
Sandra Lee, in the Division of Ethics in the Department of Medical Humanities and Ethics at Columbia.
And Eric?
Eric Ma, University of California, San Diego.
Mindy?
I'm from the University of Illinois College of Medicine.
And Lois?
Lois Shepard, University of Virginia.
Kevin is not here. And Rakaya?
Rakaya Yerby, The Ohio State University, Professor of Law and Professor of Public Health.
Wonderful. Also joining us at the table this morning is Linda Coleman, who is one of our wonderful, hardworking subcommittee chairs. Linda, do you want to just do a brief introduction?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Linda Coleman. I'm with Yale University.
And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Julie Kaneshiro, who's the acting director of OHRP, for a few opening comments.
Thank you, Doug. And it's wonderful to see everybody here. Welcome. It's terrific to have everyone in person. And this is the first meeting we've had in person for over a year. So it's really exciting to see everybody. And we have a really excellent couple of days ahead of us, as Doug already previewed for us. Just wanted to extend my welcome to our newest members, in particular, Allison and Neil. Really great to have you on board. And also just wanted to second the thanks to our subcommittee members, SASO. I mean, the work that you do really is what brings us here, and we're really grateful for your dedication to all these important topics that are before the committee. Linda in particular, Dave Forrester, and also Stephen Rosenfeld. Thank you. With regard to informative or uninformative research, just wanted to make a comment about that, because I had the opportunity to attend a meeting about revisions to the Declaration of Helsinki recently. This was a regional meeting that took place, and it was specific to the European focus. And the topic had to do with, or the main topic had to do with emerging trial designs. And what was interesting about it is that sort of in the discussion, one of the provisions that they're thinking about changing and really adding apparently to the articles in the declaration has to do with focusing on the importance of scientific validity and the importance of having the likelihood of leading to meaningful information. So I thought it'd be just interesting to note that this issue seems to be, resonating sort of not just here within the United States, but internationally. So clearly important work all of you are doing. So thanks so much. Back to you, Doug.
Thanks, Julie. We have one item of business to attend to before we go to our expert panel presentations. And I know this is the part of the meeting everybody looks forward to, and that is approval of our minutes from our last meeting, July 19 and 20. So I just need a motion to approve those.
Motion to approve.
And a second.
I'll second.
All in favor of approving? Say aye or raise your hands. Aye.
Aye.
And anybody opposed or have changes? Anybody abstain? We probably have 2 abstentions because you weren't there. Okay, wonderful. Good. Okay, that brings us to our morning panel, and we are going to hear from 4 very knowledgeable panelists, and the topic is ethical and regulatory considerations for the inclusion of LGBTQI plus populations in HHS human subjects research. And after they have finished with their comments, we will, assuming she's not caught in traffic, hear from Rachel Levine and have the opportunity to engage Dr. Levine. And then we will also, after a break, have an opportunity to have further discussion with our panelists about this topic. So that will comprise our morning. Briefly, very briefly, I'm going to introduce our panelists. You all should have their bios in front of you. So I'm not going to read all of them, but very briefly, I'll start with Amy Ben-Aria, and Dr. Ben-Aria is a director of research compliance of the Fenway Institution of Fenway Health, which is an urban community health center with a mission to enhance the well-being of LGBTQIA plus community members and all people through access to the highest quality healthcare education, research, and advocacy, and has both an MPH and a legal degree. Christina Dragon has a master's degree in public health and serves as the measurement and data lead for the NIH Sexual and Gender Minority Research Office. We then have Brian Mustansky, who is a professor of medical social sciences, psychiatry and behavioral sciences, psychology and infectious diseases at Northwestern University, and where he also directs the Institute for Sexual and Gender Minority Health and Wellbeing and the NIH-funded Third Coast Center for AIDS Research. And finally, Louisa Pyle. Dr. Pyle is a clinical geneticist and physician scientist who specializes in genetics of genitourinary differences and cancer, and is part of the Children's National Proud Clinic. So welcome to all of you. Many, many thanks for your willingness to engage us in this topic. And I am going to turn it over to you now. I think you all know your order, so we will proceed.
Lovely. Can everybody hear me? Fantastic. This is a much fancier setup than I'm used to. It's like, got all the good stuff. Hi, everybody. I'm Christina Dragon. My pronouns are she, her. As was mentioned, I am the measurement and data lead for NIH's Sexual and Gender Minority Research Office. And I'm going to speak to you sort of around a very brief introduction to why it's so important that we have data and representation for LGBTQI+ populations across the sciences, particularly in human subjects research, but also in health and health sciences. The NIH definition that I used in my work is the one that was developed for the Sexual and Gender Minority Research Office that includes, but is not limited to, individuals who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, asexual, transgender, two-spirit, queer, and or intersex, individuals with same-sex or gender attractions or behaviors, and those with a difference in sex development are also included. These populations also encompass those who do not self-identify with one of these terms, but whose sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression or reproductive development is characterized by non-binary constructs of sexual orientation, gender, and or sex. I think it's also important to contextualize all of this in the greater scheme of history. For many years, we have not necessarily thought about LGBTQI populations as being a recognized priority population for inclusion in a number of ways. This is organized in a spiral. I come from New Mexico. I really appreciate and like to give homage to Indigenous ways of knowing. So instead of a timeline, it's organized as a spiral, continuing to build on the past. As a lesbian, I like to start with Sappho. Seems like a great arbitrary starting point. But these are some of the inflection points in history that have really continued to shape both the social acceptance as well as visibility of LGBTQ people. Some of them are social, some of them are legal, particularly in the United States. We've had a number of Supreme Court cases that have shaped and molded our understanding of who a person is, how they are able to access resources and privileges in the world, and also what kind of legal repercussions there might be for them not getting access. So I'm not going to dwell in many of these, but as you may recognize, it ends with 2020 with the Bostock v. Clayton County decision that was decided in the Supreme Court that decided that sexual orientation and gender identity were both covered under sex discrimination law. And that was huge in terms of setting the stage for equity. So a little bit of a federal overview. We've used the National Academies, formerly the Institute of Medicine, as a driving foundation for building evidence and acknowledging where the research and evidence base is, and also directing where we need to go. When the first IOM report came out in 2011, I was in grad school, and I was shocked that there was not more information in it. As somebody who has been interested in building a career focused on LGBTQI+ inclusion in health and health sciences, it was remarkable how many convenient small sample studies were leading to radical conclusions about substance abuse, cardiovascular disease, physical activity levels, all kinds of things, but with very small samples. The next iteration of this report was revisiting a lot of those same topics. And again, the National Academies called for increased consistent coordinated data collection as a demographic variable to represent LGBTQ people. Without that information, we've always had LGBT people included in research, in healthcare studies across the spectrum. They've been there, but they're not visible unless we are asking them those questions to allow them to self-identify. After the 2020 report came out, led by my office, NIH decided that, well, if we're going to increase data collection, we should have a recommended set of questions for people to start implementing. So we commissioned the National Academies to convene another expert panel and provide recommendations on how to measure sex, gender identity, and sexual orientation. In terms of what's happened on the federal landscape, because we don't work in a vacuum, there are so many other places that data come from, including the Census Bureau. Something like the American Community Survey gives us a lot of information about social determinants of health, including economic access. among others. This isn't the first time that we've really focused on this stuff. Going back, over a decade, there was an interagency work group that looked at measuring relationships in federal household surveys. Up until 2015, same-sex couples were not included as a married couple in analysis and Census Bureau data. I think that's, obviously staggering, but that wasn't until it was legal across the United States. Now there are comprehensive reporting on both same-sex and different sex married and unmarried couples in the Census Bureau data, which is huge. There have been a number of things, but I'm going to focus more recently on the Executive Order 14075 that was issued in June 2022 by President Biden. And so this executive order, advancing equality for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex individuals, was fairly wide-ranging and included a lot of information and components. And it was largely based on the recognition that advancing health equity or equity across the spectrum requires full inclusion and improvements in data collection and evidence use. There were a lot of major emphasis placed on increasing and maintaining responsible federal data collection processes. And in the data section, there were three primary things that were called for in this executive order. One of them was development of a federal evidence agenda on LGBTQI equity. Another was on recommendations for agencies on best practices for collecting sexual orientation and gender identity data on federal statistical surveys. And the third one was for all federal cabinet level agencies to develop SOGI data action plans to explore how their specific agency could implement and increase data collection. Building equitable data evidence, this seems very complicated. It's actually from my colleagues at OMB, but this is just to show that there is in fact a process to building evidence to advance equity. And while, there's a lot of little components to this, there is actually a framework for advancing evidence-based equity. So the federal evidence agenda, I was one of the around 50 committee members, and I co-chaired the section on administrative data collection. We had over 150 community stakeholders participate in listening sessions, contribute comments through RFI process. And some of those community engagement listening sessions, one of them was specifically focused on the intersex population and intersex advocates as a group that has oftentimes been excluded from the umbrella of the LGBTQI plus populations. I think it's especially important for them to be included and seen when it comes to research, since they have historically not had a lot of social capital in determining their own healthcare and healthcare access. This evidence agenda, it's publicly available. You can check out the link. It's a very manageable 50 pages of bedtime reading. But when we were working on the federal evidence agenda, we kept in mind the 5 key guiding principles from the National Academy's report: inclusiveness, precision, autonomy, parsimony, and privacy. Privacy comes up an awful lot. And I think one of the things that's most important to reinforce is that in many circumstances, people in the LGBTQI communities have reinforced that while they want their personal information protected, they do not think that protecting personal information is enough of a reason to not collect the data. We have many privacy protections that are specific to the area that they're included in. Human subjects research, survey data, HR data, all of those have their own sort of governing structure, and across the board, folks were generally supportive of ensuring that they could represent themselves if they so chose. Briefly, some of the key takeaways from the federal evidence agenda were outlining the data needs, learning agenda topics, and some recommendations or guidelines for including sexual orientation and gender identity information in administrative data. Many of those situations come from forms, which is not something that we have spent a lot of time and energy investing in testing for folks. Most of our concentration on the federal level has been on statistical survey development. So we don't necessarily have an evidence base for how people respond when they're filling out their own forms. So just to keep in mind that there are certainly substantive differences between administrative data, clinical data, and health survey data. We need to have robust demographic information. Like I said, it's not that these populations have not been present before, we just have not allowed them to identify themselves. We need to couple this, especially in clinical and healthcare specific settings, with anatomical inventories or hormonal milieu questions to ensure that people are getting the most responsive and accurate care for their bodies. And also ensuring that if there are tests or procedures that require having reference values, that those are set according to the person's body, not to their gender or to their sex assigned at birth, since some aspects of their physiology might change with exogenous hormone use. So a little bit about the SOGI data action plans. For Department of Health and Human Services, we took this very seriously because obviously HHS has a lot of data collection. And this is just from Section 11 of the executive order that the SOGI Data Action Plan was meant to detail how the agency plans to use sexual orientation and gender identity data to advance equity for LGBTQI+ individuals and identify how the agency plans to implement the recommendations from the federal evidence agenda. Our HHS SOGI Data Action Plan has not been posted publicly, but these are some sort of 30,000-foot overview information that will hopefully provide a guide for our different component agencies or divisions across the department. We received some praise from Office of Management and Budget saying that we've taken a broad and cross-cutting approach to our SOGI Data Action Plan, integrating concrete steps to make SOGI data collection the norm in public health surveys and data collections. So part of that is building infrastructure, obviously continuing to support and encourage evidence use activities and documenting them so that we know where we've been and where we're going, and then continuing to monitor progress along the way. Our high priorities are, of course, encouraging the departmental divisions to develop division-specific work plans. We have so many different components that it would not make sense for us to have one plan for everybody. There are going to be differences between surveillance data and the capacities that are available to folks collecting surveillance data. Obviously, they have to work closely with jurisdictions across the country, so we can't necessarily have a one-size-fits-all approach to any of this work. We're going to prioritize having data instruments for a variety of different data collection options, and of course, exploring SOGI data in contractor and grantee data sets as well. We want to make sure that we are not leaving anyone behind in terms of this sort of paradigm shift for inclusive data collection. And of course, reviewing current usage of binary gender and sex questions as sort of the be-all, end-all dichotomous variable. We have a few challenges and opportunities. Obviously, there's a lot of concerns about ongoing state level and grantee pushback. I'm sure unless anybody has been living under a rock, you know that LGBTQI people have become the topic of some hotly debated questions across the country. And in some cases, people are not going to be willing to make adjustments even for the purpose of demographic representation. There are some challenges that we need to flesh out around statutory reporting requirements. Many laws have included minimum requirements for representation of women, and we've never defined women. And I don't know that we want to define women. We really do not want to define women, but we also want to make sure that when people are saying, oh, we have to do regulatory reporting, that they understand how they're going to be doing that. We need to address some of the clarification around which privacy laws apply and where. That's something that a lot of people may not even be comfortable with, even among their own topic area or program area. And then, of course, continuing to build trust and collaboration with LGBTQI people and their allies. Community-informed decision-making needs to be at the center of all of this. There will be an increase, obviously, in erosion of public trust if we do not engage our community members. Some additional opportunities. We have been working to identify all of the places, there are many, where binary sex has been used as a default question and then used for organizing people, sometimes entirely arbitrarily. There are some data sets where it could be beneficial to just remove it altogether if it's not being used in any of the analysis. However, we need to make sure that people understand if they are doing equity analysis in some or barrier analysis in some way, that it would be beneficial to have a more comprehensive gender identity question. And then, of course, we need to continue working on detangling the instances of tension between statutory reporting and inclusion. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak with you today. I'm very grateful for your interest in LGBTQIA+ inclusion and research, because this absolutely is a bioethics matter, and the many ways that it does and should impact the obligations of those involved in the research enterprise deserve to be really reflected on and teased out. I think this is the right group to do it. So for folks working in this space and our stakeholders, positionality is really important. So who I am and where I'm from. My name is Amy Benharieh. I run the Human Research Protection Program at the Fenway Institute at Fenway Community Health, which is a community health center in Boston. And I manage the ethical oversight of research that engages LGBTQIA+ communities and is intended to serve those communities and everyone else. I think we were put in the correct order, because a lot of what I'm going to say is talking about why the work that what Christina is doing is so very, very important. But my lens is that of the IRB. And today I'm hoping to convey that this is unequivocally an ethical issue. It is a scientific issue, but also that this is a space where there is controversy and complexity, meaning we're going to need some strong leadership to help guide consistent ethical action and encourage some nuanced thinking. Over the past 15 years, there have been so many federal, state, and private calls to increase, improve, and expand research that explicitly includes LGBTQIA+ populations. But even with so much expressed interest and will, there is a lack of progress, a lack of consensus, and no unified approach, which demonstrates to me that we are really hungry for leadership in this space. Inclusion is deeply connected to our principles for ethical research. And I won't spend much time talking about justice, because I think it's clear from this committee's careful consideration of the principle in 21 how that can and should be applied in this context. But what I do want to talk about is respect and beneficence. When we consider respect for persons, Belmont instructs us to think of at least two related obligations: to consider individuals as autonomous agents and to protect those with a diminished capacity for autonomy, tying both of these obligations very closely to the duty to engage in meaningful informed consent with participants. And I think central to that task of meaningful informed consent is communicating from a place of mutual understanding. And mutual understanding is not something that has been available to many LGBTQIA+ individuals in healthcare settings. It behooves ethicists interested in equitable inclusion, researchers, and regulators to understand the fraught and damaging history that LGBTQIA+ folks, medicine, and research have. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. But back to that fundamental question of autonomy, we're talking about individuals' rights and their ability to make decisions for their own reasons. When a researcher does not respect a participant's sexual orientation or misgenders someone or otherwise attempts to shoehorn them into a social framework into which they do not fit, they are undermining that individual's autonomy by diminishing, rejecting, or demeaning their choices about how their actions and selfhood and self-expression can best be understood. This can destroy the mutual understanding that is necessary for truly informed consent. Beneficence, Belmont instructs us that our obligations of beneficence extend, yes, of course, to individual investigators, but also to society at large, because those obligations should inform both particular research projects and the entire research enterprise. For this reason, it's important to not to further exacerbate social harms by amplifying them in our science. And then, of course, providing them with the patina of legitimacy with spurious findings. We are obligated to act because we have a positive duty to do good. But importantly, to elect not to act is not neutral in this case. It reinforces an actively harmful status quo. However, as this committee has noted in their considerations on justice, it's just not realistic to expect individual IRBs to unilaterally change the circumstances of the current system. They can't just be addressed study by study, reviewed by motivated IRBs. We need a larger shift to truly move the needle. Properly empowered and with appropriate guidance, IRBs are really well situated to see and help investigators prospectively address avoidable, unnecessary, and unfair inequalities in proposed research populations, fulfilling these ethical obligations. Now, research review strategies that don't explicitly include the intentional consideration of sex, sexual orientation, and gender have reinforced the status quo where LGBTQIA+ research participants are invisible, subjected to avoidable research-related harms, excluded, or unwelcome. And this is ethically unacceptable. Instead, IRBs should systematically include sexual orientation and gender identity in their ethics review. Pragmatically, this can take a lot of different forms, but I found it pretty straightforward to just acknowledge the ways in which sexual orientation and gender identity are relevant and can be considerations under each of the 111 criteria. I've done workshops with IRBs on how to implement this, but I will give you a couple examples here. When we're talking about risk to subjects being minimized and reasonable in relation to anticipated benefits and knowledge, central to answering these questions is identifying risk. And it's important to acknowledge that there may be unique harms and specific vulnerabilities of LGBTQIA+ participants. Often these are not physical harms or easily quantifiable. A lot of times what we're talking about are dignitary harms or boundary trespass, the magnitude and likelihood of which can vary very widely. Relatedly, there are different increased risks of harm that LGBTQIA+ people face just in general healthcare settings that ought to be considered in the assessment of the research plan and environment. These are harms that occur because of adverse social phenomenon and can be amplified in the research context. We want to help investigators avoid causing or exacerbating harm by inadvertently reinforcing these structural injustices. Minimizing risk can take the form of the language we elect to use, when or where we choose to meet, training for staff. Having diverse IRB membership or obtaining appropriate expert consultation can really help in these spaces. When we think about benefit, the existing knowledge gaps can really motivate participation. There's strong community interest in advancing scientific knowledge and treatment options that include LGBTQIA+ communities. Explaining what we don't know and why your specific participation is so important is very compelling. A real benefit that encourages participation because so many of us have personally experienced these gaps. When we think about selection of subjects and is it equitable, representative samples are vital to the success of research, and appropriate samples are vital to ethical research. The pool to select from cannot be representative or appropriate if inclusion and exclusion criteria are not precise, or the research materials themselves create structural barriers to participation that, structurally exclude particular qualifying groups. Some ways that Fenway IRB addresses this during review are to seek to fully understand inclusion and exclusion criteria, the rationale behind them, and when appropriate, asking investigators to reevaluate or further justify criteria based upon sex or gender, reviewing processes described and languages used in study materials to ensure that all participants are able to engage with them fully, openly, but also without discomfort. And ask participants, ask investigators questions or request revisions when a proposed or recruited sample deviates significantly from the demographics of the condition under study. And pushing back on things like subjective criteria, investigator discretion or healthy, typical, which can really leave the door open for bias. By failing to enroll representative samples and meaningfully account for sex, sexuality, and gender in our data collection, we are, to an irresponsible extent, obscuring really important elements of our humanity. We know intuitively, right, that our sex at birth, our behaviors, our social role, our choice of partners, our attractions, these are things that impact our lives in huge and small ways every single day. If in all of our research, we simply disregard the nuance by failing to learn who we're actually enrolling in our studies, we're actively reinforcing bias. And there are so many ways in which failing to understand who is enrolled is also messing with the quality of our data. For example, we can't expect research participants to anticipate what elements of their identity are of interest to a particular investigator. Do you want to know my sex because you want to know which organs I have, or because you want to know how my hormones are impacting my sleep or work? Are you asking because you want to know how I'm treated in social settings, or how a given drug might impact my endocrine system or metabolism? I could answer a question wrong and be incorrectly disqualified. I could throw the skip logic off on a survey and be answering all the wrong questions. I might not be assigned to the correct study procedures or safety procedures. Too often, we're using male and female as wildly imperfect proxies for something else, closing our eyes and hoping this unacknowledged imprecision just sort of sorts itself out. And we're working in the dark already. We have such limited information on how diseases look, progress, the efficacy of existing therapies on anyone other than cis white men. The result of decades of considering cis men the physical standard for human health. Inclusion of sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity as data points for analysis and research will improve our understanding of disease mechanisms, contributing to risk and resilience. As Christina told us, data is just so important. Demographic data is the lens through which people are categorized and counted, and is often information used to inform priorities and services. Cultural values can be shaped by the ways that data is interpreted and put to use. If we fail to generate representative data, we perpetuate discrimination. Our care algorithms aren't precise. Our diagnostic decision trees are poorly informed. This is worse healthcare for absolutely everyone. And yes, there is some anxiety around sharing sensitive sexual orientation and gender identity data. But again, there is also amazing and very well documented consensus among LGBTQIA+ organizations around the country that we need this information and we want it collected. And of course, we know human participant research does not happen in a vacuum, and we are in an incredibly volatile moment. When I was preparing my notes last week, as of that time, 574 anti-LGBT bills had been introduced in 49 states around the country. Their impact is insidious and very far-reaching. This chills inclusive research and ultimately undermines our shared scientific ideals This is all coming from a long history of legislating queer lives and bodies. And so here's my little summary of the history. Misinterpretation of research results has significantly contributed to negative perceptions of LGBT individuals that persist in our culture. Harmful pathologizing of behaviors, identities, social roles, assumptions about relationships with parents, with partners, framing people as deviant, justifying discrimination and even criminalization. So much of 20th century work that was done around sex, sexuality, and gender was highly pathologizing and even voyeuristic. Medicine, psychiatry, psychology all provided cover and justification for harmful restrictions and regulations, prejudice, and discrimination. And it wasn't like this was good science. This was not good science. And here's the very boring truth. These are mundane and normal human characteristics, yet they were defined as mental illness or disability. And it is worth noting that there's a lot of ableism baked into that too. One significant feedback loop for this framing operated in the relationship between law and medicine. For example, needing to be quote unquote truly transsexual and having reassignment surgery that was deemed sufficient before being legally able to have aligned ID, to marry, to hold certain jobs, to live in certain places, to have children, to keep your children, or qualify for social services. You needed to affirm that you were sick to qualify for the help or the services or just anything that would enable you to live your life. Trans individuals were put in the terrible position of having to continuously endorse the pathology of their transness, and doctors and scientists in the position of supporting that framework. Our legal system has institutionalized and entrenched it. With great frequency, LGBTQIA+ people still report feeling disrespected, uncomfortable, or fearful disclosing information in healthcare settings, to the point where many of them avoid it altogether. This is my diagram of tension. Already the heightened atmosphere is having a detrimental impact on research. And I was chatting with many of you just casually about it this morning. From what I've seen, it's impacting site selection, the focus of the work, the framing of research questions, things, grant writing, funding, things that were going to be the primary aim of a study now have to be hidden as just random other endpoints. IRB privacy risk assessments. One of my co-panelists, Brian, has done some really great writing on this. And it's even more relevant now that IRB members are being inundated with so much news about ongoing controversies. Because the potential magnitude of the harm is greater, they perceive its likelihood as greater. And so then that chills the work. It creates barriers. If we can transform our expectations, language, and recommendations around inclusion from those of social or political choice into solid scientific and ethical norm, we can begin to unwind some of this terrible damage. It will provide protection for our participants as well as investigators and institutions just trying to do the work. Because the bottom line is that this isn't a wouldn't it be nice, feel-good initiative. There are fundamental characteristics of humanity, behavior, identity, and health that we are in many cases being asked or forced to be willfully blind to for the sake of expediency. It is not enough for individual IRBs to hold individual investigators accountable for inclusion. This can amount to a double standard that only generates barriers for research without actually achieving our ultimate goal of equitable inclusion and representative data. In discussions of sex and gender minority health and research, there is a ton of focus on disparities, and that is because we want to justify why we're asking these questions in the first place. But they're not the result of some fixed or determined biological truth for the most part, but are influenced by deliberate policy choices that impact social determinants of health, any determinants of health. Maybe there's more to that story, but we couldn't possibly know until we investigate. My hope is to encourage policy choices that illuminate and eliminate these shortcomings. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you. It's also want to offer my appreciation for the convening of this panel. I think it's hopefully the insights that we're able to provide will be useful to you as you deliberate ways that we can help IRBs proceed with understanding how to address the ethical and regulatory issues of LGBT inclusion in important research. I come to this work as an adolescent HIV and mental health researcher, and I got involved in studying research ethics after having a 2-year grant from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention that I spent 11 months getting IRB approval for. So I spent about half the grant period navigating the IRB approval process for how to include LGBT adolescents in an important study on how we can prevent the epidemic of suicide in this population. I subsequently published a paper in 2011 that summarized my interaction with the IRB and actually had excerpts of the correspondence that I had with the IRB with their questions, how we answered them, and started to collect some data on how young people feel about being included in health research. When that paper came out, I got flooded with comments from my colleagues sharing other similar stories. But I think even more alarming to me was how many colleagues said they don't even proceed with doing research on LGBTQ young people because they're afraid of spending half their grant period navigating IRB questions. And frankly, a lot of misunderstandings and fears on the parts of IRBs about how to proceed. And it really has produced a chilling effect in this work happening. So, you know, I'm a scientist, so I said, well, let's study this issue. Let's study these ethical questions. Let's bring our research lens to that. And that's what I'll be sharing with you today is some work that I did with some colleagues who are ethics researchers around understanding some of the ethical and regulatory issues. I included a lot of slides. You know, I'm a good academic who has a million slides. I'm going to move through some of them with less detail. I wanted to include them for your reference as you move forward, but I probably won't hit on every one of them in detail. So I want to talk a little bit about why we need health research with sexual and gender minority teens. And then I'm going to share with you some of our research on youth and parent perspectives about this work. And a little bit of a resource that we've created for navigating the ethical and regulatory landscape. If we have time, which I don't think I will, I want to talk a little bit about some of the evolving issues around the use of social media and technology for recruitment. I put that in because if I don't have time to say much about it during the presentation, I'm happy to answer questions about it during the Q&A because I do a lot on innovation around using social media in research recruitment. So why is it important to study the health and well-being of sexual and gender minority teenagers? This is data from the CDC on the numbers of HIV diagnoses in young men and young women in 2018. And what you can see here is that 80%, let's see if I got this right, 80% of HIV diagnoses in teenagers each year in the United States, 1,356, are among teen males who have sex with males. So that is by far and away the largest group of infections. And that means that every day in the United States, almost 4 teenage gay and bisexual boys becomes infected with HIV. We also know that there is an epidemic of suicide that's only been made worse by the COVID epidemic. Suicide is now the second leading cause of death in the United States amongst teenagers between the ages of 13 and 18. And LGBT, lesbian, gay, bisexual teens have about 4 times the odds of reporting a suicide attempt requiring medical attention compared to their heterosexual peers. This is data from the CDC Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System, where you can see the rate of youth reporting making a suicide attempt in 2021 was 15% amongst heterosexual youth, 45% amongst LGBT youth. Now, this does not include trans or non-binary identified youth. They're not included, speaking of the evidence agenda, in the CDC data collection currently, although there is work on that. Our own community-based research with trans and non-binary data shows non-binary youth have a much higher rate of suicide attempts and ideation, and then trans, and then cisgender, sexual minority youth. So gay people do not emerge at age 18 fully formed like the Greek goddess Aphrodite from the sea. We cannot begin studying our community at age 18 and expect that we're going to address these issues of HIV, suicide, and other co-occurring epidemics if we wait until the age of 18 to begin studying them. And that's because if we want to understand these health disparities and how to address them, we need to understand that at age 18, there's changes in family relationships. Many, but not all legal rights change at the age of 18. Brain development changes, but it's more complex than you think. It's not like you get better and have better executive functioning consistently across development. Risk-taking behaviors change. There's limits to remembering. If we waited until people were 18 to ask them about their behaviors when they were 12, 13, 14, there'd be a lot of measurement error. And there's a rapid change in the social status of SGM people, as we heard. So it's important that we do research with this population. And the fact that it's not happening has health consequences. So I shared with you that 80% of HIV diagnoses in teens are amongst males who have sex with males. And we know that amongst adults, over 90% of that group of adult men who have sex with men have received an HIV test in their life. That number is only 1 in 5 among teenagers. 20% of teenagers that are at risk for HIV have ever had an HIV test in their life. The CDC has a compendium of effective HIV programs, HIV risk reduction programs. They review the literature. There are currently, if you go into the compendium, 49 evidence-based effective HIV interventions for adult men who have sex with men. There's 29 for adolescents. Now, I told you that 80% of the diagnoses are in adolescent MSM in that age group. How many of the interventions amongst this 29 for adolescents do you think are for adolescent MSM? 1. 1 out of 29. And that is a scientific inequity that is driving a health disparity. We don't have the research to develop and validate these interventions. Organizations must use one of these evidence-based interventions to get federal funding, to deliver prevention programs. We don't have the evidence, we don't have the programs, the disparities continue. And I would argue that a large part of the problem are barriers at the IRB level. And I think that this is not to sort of demonize IRBs. I think there's a lot of confusion at the level of IRBs about how to apply these regulations to LGBT adolescents. That some confusion about how to apply the regulations, plus some paternalistic attitudes, excessive understanding of vulnerability, excessive beliefs about protections, excessive beliefs that LGBT people might be vulnerable in the sense that they are under undue or have reduced decisional capacity, you know, in the traditional sense of what vulnerability means. That's not the case. And so, for example, I've experienced a lot with IRBs getting confused about not knowing what defines a child under the regulations. If a child can consent to that medical procedure in that jurisdiction, they should be able to consent to the research. We know that's the regulation, but what's the boundary of that? If a 13-year-old can get an HIV test in the state, does that mean they can do any kind of research that involves HIV testing and self-consent to it? What are the boundaries? What's the overlap between child consent laws to medical procedures and research? I think there's some need for some clarification there for IRBs. I put this slide in because we put out a white paper that summarizes about the 20 or so ethics research studies that we've done on this issues. I'm going to show you some snapshots of these, but if you're interested in seeing the full report, feel free to check it out. It's got a lot more detail than I can provide today. Again, going across about 20 studies from parent perspectives, youth perspectives on ethical and regulatory issues. So let me share a little bit of our research on what we know about sexual and gender minority adolescents' experience in sexual health research. And generally, the big takeaway is that adolescents feel fairly comfortable in participating in a variety of different types of HIV and health research designs. So this is that 2011 study that I mentioned to you, where we actually asked youth at the end of doing structured psychiatric interviews, answering questions about sexual behavior, answering questions about alcohol and drug use. Nearly 90% across the board of the youth said they felt comfortable answering those kinds of questions. So these kinds of questions don't create a lot of discomfort in the participants when the setting is accepting, when the consent process has been explained, et cetera. And we see similar numbers in more recent research on even younger samples, 14 to 17-year-olds. Now, of course, the regulations, when we think about risk and comfort, the guidance that we have is how this compares to experiences of everyday life or routine clinical experiences. So we actually asked youth, we asked 616 14 to 17-year-olds about how comfortable or uncomfortable they were with a variety of experiences. I'll zoom in on this. I realize it's a little hard to see. Things like doing your homework, getting called on class, getting a blood draw at the doctor, talking to a psychologist, everyday experiences, as well as some of the research experiences that we do. And so, of course, the most comfortable experience a teenager can have is sending a text message to their friend. Probably the most uncomfortable would be telling them you can't send a text message to their friend. But that was the most comfortable everyday experience. And you can see the score is very similar to how comfortable they would say filling out a survey with questions about their sexual orientation or gender identity. They're about as comfortable doing that as they are sending a text message to a friend. We do HIV testing in my research. So having the inside of your mouth swabbed with a Q-tip to test saliva for HIV, about as comfortable as going to a doctor and getting an X-ray or posting a picture on social media. Taking a pill that can help prevent HIV every day for a year-long study, actually more comfortable than that than getting a blood draw at a doctor's office. And so what we've tried to do here is show that the level of comfort is similar to everyday experiences or routine medical procedures. What do we know about how willing SGM adolescents are to participate in research? There's a lot of, in many of our surveys, we find that the majority of adolescents are willing to participate in a variety of different kinds of research designs. 71% of adolescent males who have sex with males were willing to participate in an HIV testing study. 50% of trans youth were willing to participate in a study of PrEP, which is a medication that helps prevent HIV infection. 63% of adolescent MSM would participate in a randomized clinical trial involving PrEP for HIV. And one of the things that we've done in a lot of research are try to develop innovative materials for communicating complicated research designs to young people. And if you're interested in seeing this video that explains a very complicated PrEP trial where it's a crossover design with a lead-in, this was actually a test of an injectable PrEP that was being done amongst adults. And we found with a video, we could do a really good job of explaining this very complicated design to young people. And you can watch the video here. I'm going to come back to the issue of using videos in a second. So young people are comfortable, they're interested. Of course, that's not all we need to know when it comes to the regulations. We need to understand issues of parental permission, appreciation, reasoning, things like that. We've reached out to parents and we've done interviews and surveys with parents and young people. But I think one of the points I want to make about parental permission is that when it's required for this population, you will have extraordinary bias in the data that is collected, to the point that I would say the data is unusable to make inference about the health and well-being of the population. So we found in one study that only 46% of sexual and gender minority adolescents would agree to participate in a study if parental permission was required. And that's even higher. 75% would not do it if they're not out to their parents. And our studies suggest major differences between the youth who will agree to involve their parents and those who won't across a range of health issues. So when you require parental permission in this population, you get data that's essentially unusable in terms of making inference about the health of the population. And that's true across a range of health issues. Again, these slides are available to you if you want to look at them in more detail. This is, for example, a quote from a young person who said, "I believe it could harm some teens to get parental permission because of the risk of being let out of the closet. I know some people whose families would not approve of any other sexuality other than heterosexuality. My mother would turn on me for not being her perfect image." Here's an example of young people talking about autonomy to make decisions. I don't think that HIV testing is a topic where a teen should need special permission to participate. To me, it falls under the category of personal wellness, and that's not just something I should need my parents' consent for. And in fact, in the majority of states, young people ages 13 and over can self-consent to get an HIV test or STI under state law. So what do we know about SGM adolescents' experiences in health research and parents' perspectives? So we've done surveys of parents. We purposely have included parents who actually have kids who are out to them, as well as parents who believe their children to be heterosexual, because of course not all kids are out to their parents. We did have an IRB ask us once, what we need you to study is parents who have gay kids, but they don't know that their kids are gay. And I said, that's never going to happen. But what I can do is study parents who do know their kids are gay and parents who think their kids are not gay. And that's what I'm going to share with you here. And so we asked parents, what do you think about young people participating in HIV research? In this case, research on PrEP, this medication that's very effective at preventing HIV. 87% of parents talked about the benefits of their youth being in a study like this in terms of HIV prevention, awareness of their risk behavior, getting sexual health education. And we asked them how they felt about waivers of guardian permission. And what we found is the more information we gave to the parents about the study, the regulation, about state law, the more and more they got comfortable with why it makes sense to have waivers of parental permission. But the majority of them were able to understand and appreciate why parental permission waivers make sense for research like this. In fact, 74% of parents said parental permission should not be required for an HIV surveillance study where you're doing HIV testing to understand the epidemiology of HIV. This was a sample of 31 parents, all of whom have sexual and gender minority youth. And the reasons that parents give and the protections that parents want when they're not involved really track with what the regulations are. Parents, if they're not involved in the study, want informed consent of their young person. They want an opportunity for the young person to ask questions. They want to make sure that risks are minimized. They want to make sure that if something goes wrong, the researchers are prepared to deal with it. These are all standard protections that we have in place for research like this. Now you may say, but can a teenager provide rational consent? So we actually did an experiment where we showed that PrEP video to young people of different ages, young men under the age of 18, young men over the age of 18, and we compared their responses using a modified version of the MacArthur Competency Assessment Tool for clinical research. And what we found is that the majority of adolescents understood and appreciated the information around the study and could reason with the risks and benefits for themselves of being in the study. They understood the design of the study. 100% of 16 to 17-year-olds were able to do that. 83% of 14 and 15-year-olds were able to do that. We did see some vulnerabilities, but guess what? Those same vulnerabilities exist in the 18 to 24-year-olds around misunderstanding, for example, randomization. So a couple takeaways that I just want to share. Across this body of research, we show that sexual and gender minority adolescents appreciate being involved in research. They don't experience a lot of anxiety or distress about filling out these kinds of questions. They can reason about the risks themselves, the benefits themselves. They can make reasonable, informed, and voluntary decisions about participation. Parents understand why you would waive parental permission under these situations. And in fact, the more information you give them about the regulations, the more accepting they are. And parental permission waivers are critical for this kind of research, or you will get biased data. Just to include a quote from one of our participants who actually said, "Thank you for this opportunity to be part of your study. You were also helpful and made me feel comfortable and like my thoughts were valid." So there is a benefit of being included and having an opportunity to share your perspective. Again, all of this research is summarized in this report if you're interested in looking at it in more detail. As I expected, I don't have time to talk about social media recruitment, just to say that it's a very evolving landscape when you're talking about how to do advertising, how to target people, how it works within Meta and the different systems and their ever-changing regulations. If we're going to recruit, quote, hard-to-find populations who may not be out, social media is often the way to do it, and we do need to understand, and IRBs also, I think, need guidance around this issue. I'm happy to answer questions about that during the Q&A. So thank you for your attention, and thank you to NIMHD that funded this portfolio of work. Thank you.
We lost some folks. So just going back a little bit, this slide generally gives you the formal definition, which honestly I'm going to give to you in a couple of different ways as I define some of the other parts of it. But one of the pieces to recognize here is that what portion of the population we're talking about is very difficult to identify because it's very difficult for us to even study the population enough to know how big it is. We need help. So the Chicago consensus nomenclature was when, this is when the rubric of, at that time, disorders of sex development was reorganized. It's now differences of sex development has now evolved into variations of sex characteristics. And for our purposes today, we're using intersex, but these are all synonymous terms under the medical nomenclature. But the 2006 organization clarified what was included, what wasn't included, and was also the movement away from, as I actually already said once, but I will say again, the nomenclature that we are not to use anymore, which is hermaphrodism and pseudohermaphrodism, and so on. I find this organization much easier to look at, with many thanks to Dr. Katie Dahlk. I wish she was here with us today, but she was unavailable. If she was, I wouldn't be here. These talks that she did for Fenway were also reorganized into her chapter with thanks to the Fenway Guide for Transgender and Gender Diverse Healthcare. So we can see here the categories that I showed before on the first 4 lines for chromosomes, hormonal environment, genitalia, internal and external, and secondary sex characteristics. And then at the bottom, we also have the gender identity category that we generally think of as falling then under the trans or gender identity area as opposed to intersex. So that line, if you will, is drawn between the secondary sex characteristics at the bottom and brain. And everything intersex is everything in the middle. So it in fact includes individuals with Klinefelter syndrome, which is about 1/700 males, or individuals identified as male at birth, people with 47 chromosomes and XXY. It includes individuals with mosaicism or mixes of their cells with different sex chromosomes, all the way down to people that initially present as having primary amenorrhea. They simply don't have any period, and then turn out to have some of these characteristics, variations of the clitorophallic structure. It's a wide variety. So a most brief history of intersex medical care in the U.S., as I promised you. And this is also with thanks to Dr. Dalk and some of our other colleagues. We work together on some of these talks pretty frequently. So prior to the 60s, of course, we had limited diagnostic tools and limited surgical options to even think about these characteristics or address them or identify them. From the 60s to the 90s, there was a vast development in genital surgery to be able to change genitalia, particularly for a child that had atypical genitalia at birth or differences of their genitalia. And there was the introduction of gender theory and the focus on gender of rearing, which brings up the famous or infamous name John Money that some of you may be familiar with. If not, I suggest that you go take a look at a couple of things. And with that came the approach of concealment for medical care, what we sometimes call the doctrine of non-disclosure. So a time period in which individuals with intersex traits or differences of sex development were provided with treatment, sometimes hormones, sometimes early surgical intervention, and the recommendation was to not reveal that to them. And that was with the hope of providing them with the best possible care. So this was based around the concept of the gender theory paradigm. And that was that biological sex is, in fact, not the same as social gender. Biological sex informs social gender, but does not determine it. That normal gender will align an individual's genitals, role, and sexuality within the binary. So if somebody at birth falls outside of that binary in some way, they will be provided through surgery, hormones, and so on, a way to fall within that binary, and that nurture can override nature. So the best approach is to not inform them, to reinforce that gender in their manner of rearing in their social environment, primarily before the age of 4, and that there be no ambivalence in the gender of rearing. And as you can imagine, and I hope from some of the looks on your faces, those of you who are now present, we now know that this is ineffective, inappropriate, and not good care. In practice, this meant that gender assignment was often influenced by surgical technique. It's much easier to remove than to add. And also the capacity and goal of typical, normal, whatever language was used at the time, heterosexual intercourse, and that diagnostic and surgical intervention was, as I said, withheld from patients, and on many occasions with the social complexities involved from parents. From the 90s to present, we had the advent of the intersex activism and support groups, and therefore the community involvement in some of these approaches. We had some understanding of some of the surgical complications that were occurring from some of the surgeries that were developed from the 60s through the 90s, and the introduction then with all of this of some revealing of diagnosis, but with that then the ongoing culture of shame, secrecy, and stigma. And then with the 2006 consensus statement, moving away from the hermaphrodism and pseudohermaphrodism nomenclature, things also moved more towards multidisciplinary teams. So surgical management in addition to medical management, and now the new push is in addition to emphasis on psychological support, affirmation, and normalization. And also disclosure of diagnoses and the understanding that the information about an individual's medical experiences belong to them. So a couple stories of challenges in care. So one issue, of course, is intersex inclusion, as I mentioned, under even the sex and gender minority umbrella, which has been achieved, for example, by the SGM office and is now well understood. And we see that shift, I think, as I was talking about the nomenclature, we're seeing the shift away from first focus on sexual orientation, then sexual orientation and gender identity, and we're now moving well into the area of sexual orientation, gender identity, and physical sex characteristics. With that, one of the lines we hear sometimes, as we used to hear the don't forget the T in the LGBT, it's now the don't forget the I in the LGBTQI. I'll just note Intersex Awareness Day is in about a week and a half, so this is rather timely. Some of the challenge, I think, with this is that intersex lies at this intersection between sex and gender minority variations and rare genetic and physical variation. And these in many ways are two separate disciplines. And I think finding folks that are encompassing both in the research arena can be challenging. It was also thought to be very medically complex. I think I will challenge that generally it's not actually that medically complex. It was socially challenging and can be socially complex. But we know a whole lot about these physical characteristics, hormones, and so on. And intersex as a whole is not rare, while each condition unto itself may be rare. So a line in the clinical genetics world, of course, is the rare is not rare. If you take the 8,000 genes that my specialty is supposed to cover, it's one of the most common causes of variation and health challenges among humans and is the primary cause of health issues in children. So the rare is not rare, and that's absolutely true with intersex as a part of that. So research teams, I think, must be versed in both sex and gender minority care and research challenges and the rare, quote, disease opportunities, which includes funding opportunities, ethical challenges with the very uncommon and small populations, and so on. Nomenclature, I think you probably already appreciate that is also a challenge. So things that intersex is. Medically synonymous with differences of sex development, which is very common in the English literature currently, in the medical literature, in the predominant term, I think, in the States, along with intersex. Variations of sex characteristics is the new wave. That's the predominant language in the UK and Australia, and will be here soon too. Socially, for many, intersex is a term of self-identification. For some, it's a term of self-identification that they identify as their gender and or their sex. And that self-identification for folks or for individuals is often connected with a social affiliation with the LGBTQI plus communities and realm. And it's a medical category, as I said, but not a diagnosis. There's a variety of things within that and a variety of different forms of care that may be beneficial to somebody depending on what they want or need, depending on their specific challenges. Things that intersex is not. It is absolutely not universally accepted or identified with by everybody who qualifies as having intersex traits. An individual with congenital adrenal hyperplasia may primarily identify with that diagnosis. An individual with Turner syndrome may very clearly not feel that they qualify as having an intersex trait, but medically they qualify under this rubric. So they have to be kept in mind when we think about the protections, challenges, medical needs, and so on for these individuals. And then, of course, it does not only include those that have non-binary or ambiguous or atypical genitalia at birth, those for whom there's any lack of clarity for what the assumed gender assignment might be, if they're being assigned male or female. Not everybody with intersex traits has gonadal or fertility issues, which is often assumed in the medical community. And it's also assumed that these individuals also don't necessarily have major other physical issues. About 10% do. So in terms of the genetic causes, as I said, the medical needs can be myriad and complex. So takes us back into the rare disease realm. And then we've already talked quite a bit about challenge number 3 that I wanted to bring up, which was the issue of concealment. So we have concealment by the individual at the individual level. So concealment to the individual that they have these characteristics. If we think about this shift in disclosure happening maybe in the 90s, really starting in 2006. How old are those individuals now? I'm still seeing lots of folks in the pediatric realm who belong in the pediatric realm for whom they and their families were counseled non-disclosure, in addition to all the families for whom culturally non-disclosure feels like the right first step. And then concealment by the individual, stigma, shame, medical trauma from non-affirming care, which is probably the most universally claimed thing by individuals and adults who are part of the intersex community. As I said, research participants and those with intersex traits may include individuals of any age. I have individuals that are presenting as fetuses, as infants, as pediatrics, and then we get into the adolescents and adults. And as I said, self-identification may be broad. And then we have the challenges, as we've already talked about, in terms of systematic exclusion. So a study criteria that says male or female is specifically excluding individuals on a gender basis. It may be specifically excluding those on a sex basis. We've talked about the IRB challenge. As a physician, when I sat on an IRB at my previous institution, I felt like my one role, I was thinking about this while Amy was speaking, I felt like my role was to sit there and say, everybody's using the template. It says male and female. They're systematically excluding my entire clinic. Let's change what they've written. I think everybody hated it when I was on the IRB because they all got their stuff back to fix it. Things that I've experienced to help to give you context in terms of research. So genomic exclusion. It is routine in large genomic studies to exclude anybody that does not have typical XX or XY sex chromosomes. And also to exclude anybody where their sex chromosomes don't align with whatever is identified in the electronic health record or what they have identified, whether that's sex, gender, etc. So anybody who is transgender, who has a sex listed in one way and a gender listed in a different way, is automatically excluded from any of these studies because they don't have a single variable for sex and gender. So there's nothing to line the sex chromosomes up with. Anybody that has different numbers of sex chromosomes, the 1 in 700 individuals with men with Klinefelter are all excluded. So there was a nice study that just a couple of months ago in PNAS from the UK Biobank that looked at all of the individuals in the UK Biobank that were being systematically excluded because they didn't line up with the XX and XY. And out of this enormous biobank, they did a nice job. There were only 200 individuals that were being excluded, but over 70% of them were transgender or intersex. If you're familiar with genome-wide association studies, they also noted in a partner paper to this, there is not a single genome-wide association study out there right now that includes anybody who is anything but 46XX or 46XY and who does not line up or has, quote, sex discordance. So it's a very systematic exclusion. This is just my personal experience with research. I was working on using electronic health records and other ways to identify intersex individuals in our system. I realized it was absolutely impossible because the electronic health record system systematically prevented me from applying the appropriate billing codes and diagnosis codes to individuals because the sex and gender and diagnosis didn't line up on the back end in that particular EHR. So hypospadias unidentified in an individual that identified as female was impossible to put in as a billing code, but that's what that individual had. 46XY, difference of sex development or intersex traits, was impossible to put in as a code for an individual who was listed as female, which is the most common setup for an individual identified as being intersex. So in addition to people being counted but not being identified, we have absolute systematic exclusion of individuals when we're looking at big data. We talked about systematic forcing and reinforcing the sex and gender binary, the exclusions, which induces errors, and much of this can become invisible in the literature as it's negative studies unless you're very creative and resourceful like Brian in putting together that experience and publishing it. The granularity can resolve exclusion and loss. So I have colleagues working on bioinformatic pipelines to try to include a variety of sex chromosome complements and prevent us also from having to exclude people with, quote, sex discordance between reported sex or gender and sex chromosomes, and statistical approaches to include more of these variables of the anatomic variability, because without that granularity, we don't really know what we're talking about. And then, of course, if we don't ask and record the data, as Christina pointed out, we don't have the data. So a couple of comments from the genomicist perspective. The way we talk about it is phenotype rules the day. It used to be phenotype is king, then we said maybe phenotype is queen, and then we realized in this context that that's not right. But if data is not collected, it cannot be measured. And we talk a lot about it. The focus is on human diversity, not on pathology. You can see it in our field with things like we talk about genomic variants and not mutations. We talk about conditions and not disorders. And the focus, as we're also talking, as Amy did, about the intersection with disability, is on affirmation, normalization, community, and self-determination. And I particularly, as I said, wanted to thank Dr. Dahlk and Marissa Adam, who serves as an intersex identified individual who's an advisor also for our lab and our program. And NCIU indirectly funds anything that we're doing in this area.
Thank you to all of our panelists. I now want to introduce Admiral Rachel Levine. Dr. Levine began her career as a physician in academic medicine and then moved to become Pennsylvania's Physician General and later Pennsylvania's Secretary of Health. And she now serves as the 17th Secretary of Health for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the head of the U.S. Public Health Service Commission Corps. And she is going to make some remarks, and then we will have an opportunity to engage her in discussion as well. Thank you, Dr. Levine.
Well, thank you very much. Is it fine for me to sit here? Is that
wherever you're most comfortable? The audience here can probably see you better up there.
All right, then we'll go up there. Well, good morning. Thank you so much. I am really pleased to be here, and thank you for your great, I didn't catch all of your presentations, but got the last one, which was great, and a lot of things that we're working on, and I'm sure all of the presentations were fantastic. So it's great to see you all. And thank you, Dr. Dikima, for that kind introduction. Appreciate that. And thank you all for your hard work and your commitment to improving the responsible conduct of research involving human subjects, which is so important. People are at the core of medical research, helping turn potentially life-saving medical interventions into reality. And the research protections that you all help establish allow people to participate safely and confidentially in research. And we value your advice, we value your expertise, and especially as the greater research environment becomes even more global and always even more complex. In my role as the Assistant Secretary for Health, I oversee a number of programs and offices, including our Office for Human Research Protections, our Office of Research Integrity. We also have an Office of Minority Health, Office of Women's Health, Office of Climate Change and Health Equity, Infectious Disease, HIV, AIDS Policy, and more. And each day at our Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health, we strive to address the diverse public health needs of everyone living in this country. We lead key HHS policy initiatives to advance health equity, which is fundamental to everything that we're doing at HHS under Secretary Javier Becerra. Among other priorities, we work to advance LGBTQI+ health and health equity. We're working to address this endemic that we're seeing now of syphilis and congenital syphilis, address health impacts of climate change and environmental justice, and support our national efforts to prevent, detect, and treat long COVID, among many other priorities. Our vision at OASH is healthy people, healthy communities, and a healthy nation for all. I'll emphasize for all. And we help achieve those goals by being what the Secretary calls us is the connective tissue of the Department of Health and Human Services. Personally, I was hoping for the beating heart of the department, but we got connective tissue, so we'll take it. So we are the conveners. We are often the content experts or bring together the content experts. So we are the conveners on issues such as LGBTQI+ issues, such as long COVID, environmental justice, climate change and health equity, sickle cell disease, medical marijuana, and more. Achieving health equity requires valuing everyone equally through focused and ongoing efforts to end avoidable inequalities, address the health impacts of historical, and contemporary injustices and to improve the social determinants of health and eliminate disparities in health and health care. And so while the general public may not be that aware of, for example, our Office of Human Research Protections and SACHRP and the work that you do, your efforts to help safeguard the future of medical research and behavioral health research makes our nation a healthier place to live. And for that, I sincerely thank you. We have all seen what happens when research protections are not put in place or insufficient. And we've seen the people and communities who suffer, especially disadvantaged communities. Now, in regards to LGBTQI plus health and research, you all know that I am an openly transgender woman, and I work every day to ensure that a healthier future means a healthier future for everyone, including LGBTQI plus people in our communities. I want to thank SACHRP and the panelists for discussing the regulatory and ethical considerations for LGBTQI plus subjects in HHS research, which will bring a new awareness to the research community about the risks that this population faces in trial participation. Minority groups, especially in the LGBTQI plus community, often require more medical care than other populations, but do not always feel safe going to the doctor, to get a physical, to go to the emergency department, to get the mental health care that they need. And this hesitancy creates a major challenge in terms of medical research, and which historically has not been addressed. And the research has not always addressed the needs of underserved and vulnerable populations like the LGBTQI plus community. You know, from day one of this administration, we have incredible champions: President Biden, Vice President Harris, Secretary Becerra, and more, incredible champions for LGBTQI plus equity. And we saw this even more acutely during our Pride Month this June and the Summer of Pride that I declared officially, that we had a whole summer of Pride, and now we're back in October at LGBTQI plus History Month, and so our work always continues. President Biden signed an historic executive order advancing equality for LGBTQI plus individuals in June of 22. With a number of different deliverables that we had to work on. HHS is working to advance these and other policies that advance the health and wellness of LGBTQI plus people that live in America. HHS released a new report on Transgender Day of Visibility in 23 that offers an updated evidence-based roadmap for supporting and affirming LGBTQI plus youth. The FDA updated its guidance to replace the blood donation deferral for men who have sex with men with an individual risk assessment that will ask all people the same questions. SAMHSA recently released a new report that outlines the harm of conversion therapy. Just last week, HHS announced a new HHS gender identity non-discrimination and inclusion guidance. This guidance outlines employee rights and protections related to gender identity. And it outlines the protections in place when employees undergo workplace changes, such as legal name changes and gender changes, and provides workplace procedures safeguarding all employees' gender expressions. More progress, more deliverables, but all of these different issues, including intersex issues, are all coming. We know that there are many groups that face unique and increased risks, so we must work together to close disparities in access and outcome, eliminate bias and discrimination, and address the systemic barriers, including the barrier of systemic racism that have contributed to historic inequities. We have not made progress, not really made progress, unless we've made progress for all. So thank you for the vital roles that each of you play in addressing human research protections and helping our nation do better. People who need care should be able to comfortably seek it out, and your work helps overcome the harms done in the past and to build a safer, more inclusive research world moving forward. A world where people can get the care that they need, whether it is sickle cell disease treatment, whether it's HIV/AIDS treatment, or many of the issues that disproportionately impact minority communities, including the LGBTQI plus community. You know, the last 3 years or more have been very challenging for the United States and the world. But despite the heavy toll that it has taken, COVID-19 and the challenges of the past 3 years have reminded us of a fundamental truth, that we truly need each other, that our happiness and our very survival depend upon our connections to one another and to our community. And that spirit of community, I truly feel, is what makes our country great, and the diversity of our communities, as you were outlining. And it's what we need now more than ever, because there are groups that face unique and increased risks. All Americans deserve care and services that are timely, affordable, equitable, accessible, and high quality. Of course, these are all of our family members, our coworkers, our neighbors, our students, our families. As a nation, we can do better. We must do better. And with all of your fantastic work, we will do better. So thank you so much. I'm very pleased to be here, and I'm pleased to answer questions. Julie is our acting Deputy Assistant Secretary is on call for some questions that I might defer to her. So be ready, and I'm pleased to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Levine. So we are now open for conversation, questions, discussion.
I'm going to come back down there.
Yes. So committee members, panelists.
There must be questions.
Yes, Sandra.
LGBTQI plus issues or any.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for these presentations. They were really rich and really wonderful work. I have a specific question actually for Christina.
So Sandra, just to clarify, so we're gonna have a full hour to engage the panel.
Okay.
But Dr. Levine has
I'm on the spot.
Limited time.
With Julie on
so
call.
We're gonna
for any questions for OASH or our Office of Human Research Protections, particularly about LGBTQI plus issues or any issue.
Eric Ma, University of California, San Diego. Much of the public is probably not aware that OHRP exists or this committee exists. But I think there's probably consensus that we want OHRP to continue to exist and not just exist, but to thrive.
Right.
What would you suggest members of the public, members of SACHRP could do to advocate for OHRP's continued growth and funding and additional funding in their educational and training efforts?
Right. Well, thank you. So OHRP's existence is not in doubt. Its baseline funding is not in doubt. We would always like to have, it would be very important to be able to increase and continue to increase our funding, which I think is really important. And we work closely with the NIH on that. And we will continue to do so. Overall, the funding for public health is enormously challenged and often at risk. The funding for public health enlarged significantly during the pandemic, and now, at least at the acute phase of the COVID-19 pandemic and over, has shrunk and is shrinking. So, the work that you all are doing in your states and in your institutions, I think, is critical. I think it's important to continue to all work together to make sure that we fund public health in general, but fund research. But also, for funding research, we have to make sure that we fund our Office of Human Research Protections and your work at SACHRP to be able to do that. You're right. We don't usually get a lot of publicity. There are times that we do and may in the future get some publicity, usually when there's a problem. But you're here, we're here, our office is here doing that good work, and we just need to work together to make sure that we have the funding and the staffing to do the work that we need to do to support this committee and to support the work that we're doing.
Great, thank you. Is it fair to say that if members of the public or members of the human research protection community wanted to, an effective way would be to contact their own congressmen or elected representatives? That could be helpful to
absolutely
just put it in the ear of their elected officials.
Yes.
Great.
I think that would be a great idea.
Great.
Because again, we only when there is a problem do people hear about it.
Exactly.
It's not even a problem a problem in the greater research community. Do people hear about us? And then but I think that our work continues, and the more that your elected representatives know that, the better.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rakaya Yerby at Ohio State. You mentioned just the need to focus on and improve the health of various groups, whether it be racial and ethnic minorities, sexual and gender minorities. Can you talk about the ways that the offices at HHS work together to bring together these communities, particularly when there are intersectional issues of Black, trans, woman? Can you speak to that a little
Absolutely. So, under Secretary Javier Becerra, health equity, again, is foundational to everything that we do. He talks about it all the time and has really given us our marching orders that it isn't that we do health equity on Friday afternoon. It has to be built into every program, every notice of funding, every grant. How are we looking at health equity? And you're right. We have to look at a wide range of communities, the Black African American community, the Hispanic Latinx community, the American Indian Alaska Native community, the AAPI community, but also, as part of this discussion, the LGBTQI+ community. And that intersectionality is absolutely critical. So there is a Health Disparities Council looking at this broadly across the department. I co-chair that with the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation. And then we have other smaller teams, one called Team Equity, et cetera, that is looking at these and specifically looking at working across the different operating and staff divisions to make sure that we are all coordinated. So I and our team work really closely with the counselors for the secretary on that. We work closely with the deputy secretary on that. And the secretary is always coming, and the chief of staff, to give us to give us a pep talk about how we need to do that. And we have to report to him, and we have to work together across that. So many different specific issues. One example would be in terms of maternal morbidity and mortality. We have unconscionably one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world, especially in the developed world, and that is particularly among Black African American women as well as American Indian Alaska Native women in terms of maternal mortality. And how could that be and so we have been discussing this in the last couple of days. There is a new task force on maternal health, maternal mental health, that I co-chair with the Assistant Secretary for SAMHSA. So there's many different aspects. There's a maternal health blueprint from the White House, and we are following that. So we have that as one intersectional issue that we're working on. The LGBTQI+ issues that we've been discussing, one can't talk about that without talking about the violence against discrimination and violence against LGBTQI+ people. And you can't talk about that without talking about the violence against particularly transgender women of color, who are not just at risk of harassment or discrimination, but they are at risk of violence and murder. And, in November, we'll be acknowledging Transgender Day Remembrance, which is, the large majority are transgender women of color, but others as well that we have to acknowledge. So that intersectionality is absolutely critical. We look at syndemics. One of the syndemics we're looking at is in terms of HIV/AIDS with hepatitis. And how that goes together. That's also associated with IV drug abuse and the overdose. And now we have a new issue about significantly increasing rates of syphilis, and then congenital syphilis. So you can see all of these things intersect together. And, since we're public health professionals, we're looking at upstream drivers, including the social determinants of health, and how we can work with our partners across the administration to be able to deal with housing, economic opportunity, education, nutrition, the environment, all of these different issues. I was in Alaska in August and went way out of Anchorage. We went to Utqiagvik, which is the top of the world. We went to a small village called Suvunga, which is on an island in the Bering Sea, and looked at many of these different issues: lack of access to health care, nutritional issues. One of the issues is that they rely upon their traditional foods because they're subsistence livers and subsistence tribes, and that involves the sea and the Arctic Sea, and all of that is changing in terms of climate change. But then there are other contaminants that go up the food chain. So many of these different issues intersect. those are the type of things we work on.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for your work in ensuring that the constitutional mandates of equality are being fulfilled in your work around health equity.
And we do that. Now we have been working with our attorneys at the Office of General Counsel regarding this new Supreme Court decision, and we're going to continue to do our work, but we have to follow the law and be cautious about how we call things and how we name things and the framework behind it. So we'll be successful.
And just to add, what is interesting about the work that you mentioned is that the Supreme Court decision is so limited, right? And not even connected to this work, but you still do the work that you need to uphold the other constitutional decisions, right, about giving equality to everybody in this country. So thank you for that.
Sure. Another issue I'll just bring up, since we've been talking about the Supreme Court, is the impact of the Dobbs decision. And so, as I've traveled with the Secretary, he has called it a tale of two cities, because we were in Minneapolis and Minnesota, where women have the right to full range of reproductive health needs, including abortion, which impacts so many obstetric OBGYN practices in terms of, for example, ectopic pregnancy treatment and treatment of septic miscarriages, et cetera. And so they have full range of care and services in Minnesota. We jump on a plane and a half an hour later we're in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where women don't have the access to those services because of a law that was passed before the Civil War, which does not have any exceptions to the ban on abortion, where OBGYN physicians and other practitioners are just really limited in terms of how to do basic OBGYN care. Nothing fancy, basic OBGYN care, how to take care of a woman with an ectopic pregnancy, how to take care of a woman with a septic miscarriage, and they have to call their attorney before they do any procedure to be able to do that. So as we talk about the social determinants of health, which we talked about in terms of economic opportunity, transportation, housing, education, the environment, nutrition, the political and legal context of the state that you live in is itself now a social determinant of health. You can get a full range of services in Minnesota, but not in Wisconsin. You can get a full range of services in New Mexico, but not in Texas. And what women have to do in their families to be able to travel, to be able to get those services, but that means that that means you have to have the money to be able to travel, how do you do that with young children, and in terms of work, because then you have to travel to another state. Sometimes, look at the South. You have to travel up to Illinois or to Maryland or to Colorado to be able to get these services, sometimes several different states, which puts their lives and their health and their families at risk. But that's where we are right now. And so we're dedicated to doing everything we can to help patients, women, and families deal with these issues. Yes.
Hi, I'm Brian Masansky from Northwestern University, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. So during my talk, I was presenting on HIV in primarily young teenage men who have sex with men. Obviously, there's also emerging evidence on trans young people as well. And one of the issues that we see is obviously young people and people of all ages participate in research because they want the evidence to be used to improve the health of their community. And yet we see very few interventions being implemented around HIV prevention for young gay and bisexual men, trans women. The evidence is emerging, it's just not finding its way into practice. And you spoke of your role as being the connective tissue, right? So I'm just wondering about approaches to doing some connecting between science and practice to help make sure that this emerging evidence is put into practice as quickly as possible, given that people are donating their time to be in research studies. I'm familiar with the Ending the HIV Epidemic initiative, which is doing some great jobs at linking up research and practice, but I just think there's more that we could do, for example, to implement, tomorrow or as soon as we can, some of these evidence-based approaches at reducing HIV risk in teens.
Absolutely. And you have to remember that I'm a pediatrician, adolescent medicine specialist. So, addressing this in terms of young people is absolutely critically important. So I'll give you my context on this. I completed my my medical school and started my pediatric and adolescent medicine training program in Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City in 1983, 40 years ago. I was 12 when I did that. And so I started my training in Manhattan when the HIV/AIDS crisis was blossoming. And, you know, in my experience, we saw it first in infants and newborns who had vertically transmitted HIV and their mothers, sometimes their fathers, and who, of course, there was no treatment, so there's nothing we could do, and they all tragically passed away. And then as I did more adolescent medicine, I saw it in many adolescents for many reasons who all tragically passed away. And then friends and colleagues, at Mount Sinai and other institutions who tragically all passed away. And so that informs my experience with HIV/AIDS. I was there at the beginning, and I want to be there at the end of the HIV epidemic in the United States and globally. So we are absolutely working towards that. We have what I would have considered in the early 80s, medical miracles. We have PrEP. We have a medicine you can take once a day or an injection every 2 months. And if you are at risk, you will not contract HIV. That would have been a medical miracle. We have U equals U. We have antiretroviral therapy where you can take medicine and you can basically turn HIV from a death sentence to a chronic illness. And then you can be undetectable, and then you can be untransmittable, and you will not transmit HIV. What a medical miracle from the NIH and many other places. We have, with your all help, more medical miracles to come. But we are not getting those medical miracles to what I call medical miracles to the people who need it most. And so that is the purpose of the Ending the HIV Epidemic Initiative. That is the purpose of the National HIV Strategy, AIDS Strategy. I spoke with Harold Phillips from the White House yesterday as we talk about that. And so we need to continue to do that. And we are working towards that. We have a new initiative. I am a work of ART, A-R-T, trying to catch young people and catch other and different minority and ethnic groups to try to talk about ART and U equals U in those communities. And we are working very hard to do that. Our funding is flat. There was in the House budget a move to stop funding for the End the HIV Epidemic Initiative. That will not stand. But our funding right now is flat, and we're going to need even more funding, but we're not going to let that stop us. And so we're going to work through our Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health and our Office of Infectious Disease HIV policy on that. We're going to work with our partners. We're going to work with you all at the NIH and researchers. We're going to work with CDC. We're working with HRSA and others to try to expand that. There's this brand new initiative from the White House that we've been working on to nationalize the PrEP program. Hope springs eternal in terms of funding, but funding for 24 or 25, I think, would be a heavy lift, as we say. But again, we'll hope and work towards that. But we need funding for that initiative. We only need $10 billion over 10 years. But think of the savings. If we can get PrEP out to everyone who needs it, and then end new HIV cases, think of the savings that we would accrue. So in the end, it actually doesn't cost money, but the programs to cost money. So we welcome your help in order to do that, and please feel free to contact me and our staff about, from your experience, how we can do that better and how we can reach the populations that need us most. As you said, young people, communities of color, African American community, Latinx community, American Indian, Alaska Native community, how we can reach transgender community and more, where we're not getting to where we need. And we'd love your help to do that. But we're dedicated to be successful. Yes, please.
Thank you for joining us today, Admiral. Not too long ago, we were staring at the possibility of a governmental shutdown, and I was wondering if you could just review for people like me who don't know how research subject protections do or do not happen during a shutdown.
Right. Well, they don't during a shutdown, because when we shut down, we actually shut down. And so we were hours away and had prepared for several weeks for a government shutdown in October. That means that our Office of Human Research Protections would go home and close their computers and put their phones away, and we would not talk with them until there was money to support that program. The NIH, a lot of research has to, in terms of the care of patients and animals and stuff has to continue, but any human research protection, activities at the NIH and our collaboration with the NIH would cease. Our work with the CDC would cease. Our work with not patient care through Indian Health Service or the community health centers, but government activities at HRSA would cease. So only activities that are directly related to health and safety of people and property can continue. The Public Health Service continues, but there's a lot of significant limitation of what work we can do. So I will be there in my office, and the other Public Health Service, there are also people designated as essential, but budgetary activity ceases, investigations cease, research in terms of human research integrity, that ceases. All that work, those computers are closed, those phones are put away, and all that ceases while there's a government shutdown, and then we pick up running when there isn't a government shutdown. So we are hoping and praying with my positive and optimistic attitude that we will not have a government shutdown, but logic doesn't always rule the day.
Thank you for that explanation. And I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Allison Bateman House. I'm from New York University.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Sandra Lee from Columbia University. So I was struck by your description of some of the potential disparities in care post-Dobbs. And I'm just wondering, with this Equity Forward initiative in mind, is the government tracking the impact, the cascading impact of the shifting regulatory landscape in terms of emerging health disparities and exacerbation?
We are working to track that. Now, we have to often work with our state health departments to do that. Some state health departments are more open with that data than others, but we are working through the CDC and other departments to track that data. It has to be, of course, over time. And we're working to try to mitigate it as much as we can. So, for example, the Title X family planning program is under my auspices. I feel particularly proud about that as an adolescent medicine specialist. Title X is family planning services for adolescents and indigent women, as well as, cancer prevention and screening and treatment and testing for sexually transmitted infections in men and women and all people. I actually was trained in a Title X clinic at Mount Sinai in 1987. And I ran a Title X clinic at Mount Sinai at Penn State Hershey Medical Center when I was faculty there, starting in 1996, where I was told we did not need a Title X clinic in Hershey, Pennsylvania, because young people didn't have sex in Hershey. Oh, well. So they do. But so having to run the Title X program is fantastic. Now, Title X does not perform abortions, but we do family planning. We do LARCs and, long-acting reversible contraception and many different things to prevent pregnancy, as well as emergency contraception. So all of that can be funded with Title X. And of course, that's needed even more now for patients throughout the United States in terms of that. Title X has been flat funded for 10 years now. So there's been some inflation, as you notice, and things have changed since 2013. Title X has been flat funded for 10 years. So, we could probably, we've asked for 40% more money. We could probably double our budget and easily use that, but we haven't gotten any more funding. So we need more family planning money to be able to do the work we need to do to try to mitigate some of the challenges posed by jobs.
Any last questions? All right.
All right.
Then thank you once again for taking
Thank
the
you.
time
Thank
to
you so much.
spend the morning
I'm
with us.
so grateful for the work that you do at SACHRP. I'm so grateful for the work that Julie does and her team at OHRP. And it's just absolutely, we see it all the time. And you know, our history shows this, right? We don't have a wonderful history in terms of human research protections through the 40s and 50s and 60s and even 70s. There was improvements. And so we need to continue to work towards improve that, because we have to demonstrate that we're going to protect people and their health and safety as they help us do the research that we need to make those medical miracles and more to save people's lives and help public health. So thank you.
Thank you again. We're going to take a short break. If everybody can be back at 11:50, we will resume our conversation. Thank you. 1 o'clock. Yeah. To engage the panel and have a discussion about the topics that have been raised. So over to you all. Sandra, why don't we start with you, since
Great.
I know you had some questions.
Yes, thank you. And thank you again for your presentations. I had a question for Christina. And it was when you were talking about the 5, I guess, principles or values, the inclusiveness, precision, autonomy, parsimony, and privacy. And I think this is when you mentioned the community engagement listening forums, and you noted that despite the fact that there were concerns around privacy, there was a clear sense that these did not somehow offset the desire for inclusiveness. And I just wanted to ask you a bit more about that. Just the balance, what types of privacy concerns, particularly given, as we've mentioned, the shifting regulatory landscape, and you mentioned the over 500 new laws on the book in terms of restrictions. And so I just wanted to get a better sense from you, what is that calculus from the perspective of the communities?
Yeah, absolutely. Those were from our listening sessions and responses to the RFI for drafting the federal evidence agenda on LGBTQI equity. And so that was not constricted to just HHS. That's broad spectrum everywhere. And that covered a lot of grounds for basic administrative data collection, inclusion in health studies, as well as participating in larger surveys. So understanding historically, and I think we all sort of touched on it in different ways, but especially Admiral Levine also mentioned this, we have a history where the LGBTQI plus populations have been rendered invisible. It's not that they haven't been there, but the story of activism has been around the right to be visible, the right of self-determination to express your identity, right? And that came through so clearly in the people that showed up for the listening sessions and submitted RFIs, that much like other demographic information like disability status or race, ethnicity, household income levels, being able to share your sexual orientation and gender identity is not necessarily a mandatory requirement in those situations, but those who want to be able to share it should be able to share it. And across the board, people said that their concerns were not necessarily with the larger structure of asking for that information, but how it might be used by individual people. So one of the participants had said something that really resonated, and it was like, if we share our identity information and it is not protected under the existing privacy protections for whatever program it is, that's a far bigger issue with the privacy protections in general than with me sharing my sexual orientation or gender identity. So exploring to make sure that the privacy protections for any kind of personally identifiable information are constantly being updated, right? And we have double standards for some of that, right? Like our participation or our health information in clinical records is held to a different standard and expectation than when people are posting something on social media, right? People on dating apps share a lot of personally identifiable information on dating apps, and big data has found ways to analyze and mine that, and we're lacking that in basic information collections for providing human services. So, I think there are definitely concerns, especially considering that we've had a decrease in response rates for large statistical surveys. More and more researchers are turning towards administrative data collection. A lot of my research when I was at Medicare was actually on administrative data research, passively identifying transgender Medicare beneficiaries through ICD-9 codes. That's not a great way to look at defining a population, looking by a diagnosis or billing code to see what care they're accessing when they could have just been identifying themselves on their own.
One of the questions that come up for me that this isn't directed to anyone specifically, but I think is really important, especially for people thinking about overseeing research, is about the multiple purposes of inclusion and ways in which I think sometimes those don't get properly disentangled. And maybe just to give a couple of specific examples, and I'm interested in your thoughts, because I think the way we talk about this matters for how people think about oversight. So I'm a cardiologist in cardiovascular trials looking, for example, at heart failure treatment. There's probably not a lot of scientific importance to inclusion of various relatively numerically small minority communities, right? Because we're not going to do subgroup analyses focused on, if we were going to do subgroup analyses focused on intersex folks with cardiovascular disease, for example, trials would be 5 billion people large, right? That said, there's an enormous moral imperative to include people because inclusion is important and arbitrary exclusion is improper. And inclusion helps to build trust and helps to build our sense in which people feel like they're a part of this. In contrast, when we've also talked about really important problems that require dedicated efforts that are specifically addressing health needs of populations that are often ignored, and those are scientifically really, really important. But I think if we talk about the language of the former in terms of science, we might sort of miss the fact that really the driver is about inclusion and trust. And the latter is a very differently motivated concern, both of which point towards inclusion that's really important. But I think from a protection perspective and thinking about sort of designing and evaluating studies, I think figuring out why we're being inclusive and what we're trying to accomplish is really important. And I'd be interested in some of your thoughts on that.
So I want to push back just a little bit on that, you're not going to get any useful analyzable information out of it. Because if you have a study of 100 people and you have a really severe adverse event, and it happens in 2, and it happens that those 2 are trans men, that's going to be important information that's going to inform future research. And if we intentionally are not collecting that information because it doesn't seem like it's going to be important, we've sort of put blinders on. I completely understand. I was actually just discussing this in the hallway. It's really hard, but also we also have to think about the fact that these studies aren't happening individually in isolation, or at least hopefully are not. We're trying to collect enough data, and we're putting it into clinicaltrials.gov. We're trying to find ways to share this information. So at some point, maybe our N will be big enough so we can understand how these really critical features of human identity are impacting, our heart health, our lung health,
Can I jump in just because I was invoked? Amy and I were just having this conversation out in the hallway, and I was just saying that I do think it's a moral issue to conduct research that's not sufficiently powered to find whatever it is you're looking for. And if you have a hypothesis that if there's something that you're going to find in a particular community, but your community is very, very, very small and you're not going to find it just by happenstance, then you would have to, not just randomly sample, people in a heart disease clinic, et cetera. You would have to deliberately, as was said earlier, do a search strategy to try to find trans men, et cetera, whatever. But we were having this conversation about if you don't ask the question about, are you a gender or sexual minority or what have you, you could miss these safety signals. So I think she convinced me that, even though it's not powered to find things, you can't just ignore those questions either. So.
And just to respond really quickly, because I'm interested in just to clarify maybe something that I said. I think, again, it wasn't in any way an argument against both the inclusion and collection of the data. I think that's critical for driving a lot of these insights. It's interesting, though, when sometimes the overly scientific language can sometimes also drive over-analysis of small samples and kind of, we've seen cases, a lot of this has certainly been in the case of a lot of the discussion about these issues has been more in the context of race, but similar issues will come up, in this context too. Yeah, so again, none of my points were about collection of the information. It was more about thinking about the purpose of making sure that we're inclusive.
And just to clarify one more time, that was not your words. That was my words. My words was, harm could come from collecting information if it's used for purposes that it was never intended for. So if I'm collecting information for something that I know it's underpowered for, but somebody could say, but look, I see something here. And so now I'm going to market this drug towards this population when it's not actually good enough data to say that there's a correlation here or causation or what have you. So I was the one who was going that next step. But anyway, I rescind my concern.
One of the things I mentioned was that, research has been used to mischaracterize the communities for a really long time. And, underpowered, misinterpreted data on gay parents was used for a long time not to permit gay parents to adopt. So there absolutely is a challenge there, but it is also the responsibility of scientists to make sure that they're doing the work in the right way.
Can I jump in real quick? I just want to ask a quick question of Neil when he was mentioning the scientific points, because in my head, I think social factors and social identities, we don't truly understand how they impact the science, but we also don't want to reinforce this notion of biological difference or these things. So I was wrestling with that and just hearing the point. I mean, because an individual's sexual behaviors may impact lots of things that we don't understand. And unless we begin to identify all of that and not put it in a category of heterosexual, but just a broad category, we're never going to fully understand that as science as well, right?
So, I think there's an often under-recognized tension that comes with an emphasis on understanding many of the most important disparities in health, and worry about misuse of that information, right? I mean, I think we can't fix that by, and I think Amy, your points are really important. We don't fix that by not collecting information. And I think there's I think we probably don't fix that at the IRB level by telling people how to use information, but but we have to fix it with good scientific scrutiny and worry about this. But I'll give you an example, and this is not in the space of the primary focus today, but there was a discussion within my own institution about the role of the IRB in overseeing or expecting justification for how people would use race in various different kinds of analyses. My own worry is that it was underappreciated that might stifle important work on health disparities, right? That if you tell people that you can't be looking at certain kinds of information without certain kinds of justifications, there's a lot of really important work to uncover disparities that might be missed, with the full recognition that there's also work that could lead to undesirable consequences that could be problematic and reify stereotypes that are, in associations with biological notions that are fundamentally flawed. But I think if we don't address, and I think this is a really important tension, if we don't address the fact that studying disparities requires, I would say, requires two things. One is inclusion, and the second is responsible use of information. We're going to miss it if we don't talk about that. And the other thing that I think that the main thrust of my earliest point was that I think inclusion for the purpose of inclusion and promoting trust and a real notion of what justice means is important, independent of whether it's likely to lead to specific scientific insights about subgroups.
If I could add, just one point about this.
Well, I just want to, Louisa, you had earlier tried to say something. I just wanted to make sure you got a chance.
So to be honest, the point that I was going to make was well made before, as usual. I just had another real world example of exactly that, but I'm going to jump in and build off of that. It's a question back to you, and I don't know that it's one that needs to be answered, right? But as somebody not a professional in this particular protection space, when I think about the protection for how the data is used, and for me, one of these experiences is actually coming out of an enormous biobank that was built out of a heart biobank that was agnostically collected at a large institution. And we were trying to look at it for cardiometabolic issues in intersex and trans folks, because that's a request from the community. And we stopped that work at one point because we realized at least we needed representation from those communities. So is that a role for the protections world to, or may it just become yet another checkbox, yet another, useless thing? But is that a role for the protections world to say there needs to be representation from some of these marginalized or otherwise underrepresented communities when putting the science forward or preparing the science that's to be done?
Go ahead, Brian.
That was a great point. I'm glad you made it. Thank you. I was going to say to the conversation about disparities research, you mentioned inclusion and looking at difference. I would add to that also we need to be looking at the mechanisms that drive the disparities and interventions on them. And I think that in the LGBT space, Christina's office, puts out these fabulous reports on the growth of LGBT research at NIH, which I think has seen 80% increase since 2015 versus say 20% overall at NIH. I'm probably in the ballpark. A lot of that is describing disparities and not clinical trials and interventions and mechanisms that explain them. And so, actually HIV disparities have been growing over time based on sexual orientation. Mental health disparities have been growing over time, not shrinking despite social progress for our communities. And so I think also we just really need to emphasize the importance of moving towards understanding what are the mechanisms that explain these group differences and what are the interventions that will create health equity or achieve greater minority health. And as we're thinking about what is the role of protection organizations in that, I think, as your conversations continue, really be thinking about, yes, research on describing differences, collection of these in population-based data sets, that's great. Those population data sets probably aren't going to ever get us much at mechanisms. It's still going to require community-focused studies of this population that have items that ask about the mechanisms that will rarely show up in large federal surveys. But anyway, just thinking about the regulatory considerations for the kind of work that will be around interventions and mechanisms, which I think is really where we need to go and facilitate.
Can I just also chime in on this bandwagon? From my perspective, where I sit within the Sexual and Gender Minority Research Office, intramural and extramural researchers within NIH, within FDA, folks from pharmaceutical companies, drug development companies, they all want to be inclusive, and they are primarily concerned that they don't have a framework for moving forward with it. And so everybody is reaching out to me asking for guidance. And I'm like, well, you could lead the way if you decide to move forward on doing this. And everybody's like, oh, no, I would rather wait until somebody else has done it, and then we'll do what they did and see how that goes. And so I think the vacuum of comprehensive guidance around including these populations specifically in clinical trials, and just broadly in terms of basic human subjects research, is still challenging for a lot of folks. And it's not because they don't want to be inclusive, it's because they're not sure what obstacles they will encounter in being the first.
I really enjoyed all of your talks. They really integrated well with one another and gave me a lot to think about. From the point of view of SACHRP, I frame it in the way of how can we do better? How can IRBs do better in this space? And I come to this thinking that overall, I've done no study on this, but my suspicion is a lot of IRB members are older. And and certainly IRB chairs, I've seen a lot of IRB programs from different institutions. Most IRB chairs are of a different generation where HIV meant something else and had a stigma, a stronger stigma than it does today as a manageable condition. And this conversation about gender identity, sexual orientation, this is new language and new vocabulary that many IRB members are not familiar with. And when IRB people, staff and members, are unfamiliar with something, they take a natural conservative approach out of fear and ignorance. And so I'm thinking of how can SACHRP help, and how can you help us educate, inform, so that you don't have, Brian, an 11-month IRB approval, because I can almost bet you that's where it all came from. No negative, they didn't intend for you to endure this. They didn't want that to happen, but they felt a deep commitment to protecting the potential research participants, framed in an older, normal, understandable mindset. And so I've been thinking about this in that I gave some examples that you gave us that I'm thinking of as maybe these are areas that SACHRP can help with, or Primer, or someone, or the University of California. We can come up with a white paper on it, like the age of consent, linking age of consent to sexual health. But this is a statewide issue, so all states take this differently, and that makes it more complex. But I can bet you IRBs take a very broad approach to this. So I wanted to get your sense if you think what I'm saying makes sense. I want to kind of a gut check to what I'm thinking, because who knows what goes on in my head. I kind of have my own little conversations in my head. And then I wanted to get your opinion on the tension between privacy and confidentiality and things like electronic health record searches. Because more and more, big data is the name of the game. IRB offices have the power to waive informed consent and HIPAA authorization to review medical records. And on the one hand, I can see while this might be valuable to you as researchers and people in the community, but on the other hand, poses a deep risk to privacy and confidentiality that I don't know that IRB professionals are thinking about in this context. I think there's so much work going on. You see, oh, here's a medical record chart review. Oh, looks good enough. They're looking at this, approve. And that may never go to the IRB. But now I'm thinking the risks. So on the one hand, I just said, oh, let's not worry about the risks so much. HIV is a manageable disease, doesn't have the stigma. It's like diabetes now, maybe for some people. And then now I'm saying, oh, but now these electronic health records, big data, don't they deserve extra protections, and how do we address that? So I'd like any of you to react to anything I've said, including saying I'm way off base. I'm fine with that too. Thank you.
So I'm going to speak to that last point. It's something that we're grappling with a lot as a community health, a network of community health centers that all implemented the same EMR system that will not be named. And they have a program wherein anything that you put in one health record is automatically shared among every other group that has the same system. And each, because we share implementation with all these other community health centers, it was not set up really with research in mind. I think one way that our IRB has approached some of the privacy challenges is, do we think the privacy provisions that they are taking are sufficient? Have they thought through the different places that their data is going to be and go? And to really focus on that, because rather than the content of the specific data, if the protections are sufficient, that's enough. And that we don't need to get too precious about the particular thing that's, whatever they're asking about. It is trickier when the electronic health record is involved, and then certificate of confidentiality. And if you put it into the system, then it's not protected, or is it protected if you keep it in a break glass? It's really, that part is really hard. And I think smarter minds than mine are going to have to really, really work that. And it's not really it's almost like an ethical / technical / legal challenge. You need to get a lot of people in the room to really think it through. But my perception is that because, like, in this environment of heightened intensity around sexual orientation and gender identity, because there's so much talk around it, and because there are these different laws, and the magnitude of risk with disclosure feels so much bigger, and in some cases is so much bigger, like, IRBs are making the mistake of thinking that it's more likely. And it's not more likely. It's still vanishingly small in most instances. And so I think maybe making that explicit would be really helpful.
I was going to ask you, Eric, are you thinking more of the studies that never make it to the IRB? The rogue people that are just going through the EMR and saying, I'm going to collect all this stuff and call it QA/QI or something like that. Are you thinking of those, or the ones that actually go to an IRB because, they're asking a certain question, and they're collecting the data to answer that question, unless they're specifically coming with a question about sexual minorities or gender, that kind of thing. What are you worried about?
Sure. So some of my thinking is, let's say you have a researcher who wants to study gender affirming care and query the electronic health record to do that without consent of the patient. IRBs routinely approve review of electronic health records or medical records under a waive of HIPAA authorization. But I'm wondering how the panel feels about this, that as an example. Because maybe HIV at one point, it went to full board back in the day. Oh, you want to study HIV? That this medical record chart review is going to full board. But now I don't know that. I think the attitudes have changed about it. But now the more vulnerable population to me are people who are getting gender affirming care, people who are in their medical record, intersex. And if we have researchers who want to do this, I don't know that our IRBs and our IRB staffs are equipped or know how to react to this, is what I'm saying. So,
I guess I would think, and I think Amy said it, if the confidentiality, if those protections are there, it shouldn't really matter what data they're collecting. The measures are there. The confidentiality measures are there already.
I'm not so worried about that. I'm thinking of the ethical issue for the patient Like, what does the patient want here? What does the community want here? It's this tension of, we want to study our community, but we also don't want that. That's what I wanted to panels. Does that make sense? I'm not worried about the IRB is going to ask the right questions. Is it encrypted? Who is there a BAA? I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about, does it meet the regulatory criteria? That I got. But I want to know what the community, as they represent as their constituents, what they think about this tension of, we want to do this research, but it could be, exploitive is too strong a word, but that's one.
Totally. So sorry, Brian, we're just going to keep stepping over you. Obviously, it's going to vary among people in communities also. We have some reasonable expectations that some of the more vulnerable or the most vulnerable within the community, like young people who do not necessarily have the age of majority for most legal decisions, should have some additional layer of scrutiny or protection. By and large, the communities do want to have the information out there. Some of the most robust pushback for additional layers of scrutiny or protections, I think potentially red tape to actually getting information, have come from well-meaning non-community members. And ultimately, anybody who's LGBTQI, they're going to make a decision in every single situation about how comfortable they are disclosing that information to start with. People won't include it in their doctor's visits if they don't feel like their healthcare provider supports and affirms them. People won't include it in HR administrative data if they think that it could be used for discriminating against them in the workplace. The LGBTQ populations have been doing self-censorship for years and years and years. When I first came into federal government, I had colleagues call me out and tell me I was in the wrong restroom because I went in the women's room wearing my little suit and my tie as like a 25-year-old. And it was super awkward. Like, it was really awkward. I had my colleagues make assumptions about who my partner might be. And that was super awkward also, to have to explain that I had been with my college girlfriend for 8 years, like at that point. Queer people have done self-censorship, and we need to have the option to like not have to do self-censorship at a certain point.
Yeah, I was going to say your question about, like too much protection, not enough protection. I think that is an interesting seesaw that I've ridden for many years of IRBs sort of sometimes simultaneously telling me that everything's great. We have, I remember that study that took 11 months. They said one of their questions was, you can't use the word queer on your flyers. It's going to offend people, which simultaneously was the time when the TV show Queer Eye for the Straight Guy was like one of the #1 TV shows in the country. So there is this sort of mix of paternalism with sense of progress. Like, everything's great. Why would we need to waive parental permission? Every kid is out to their parents. Everything's fine. And yet in these other ways, we have to be super protective, and we need to keep reviewing your protocol over and over for every word you use. And so I think that tension really does exist. We actually did a study, and it's in that, if you go to that report that I shared, where we actually surveyed LGBT teens about data sharing and how they felt about it. And by and large, people wanted their data to be used for productive purposes. I mean, we have big questions around the health of our community. And, when it comes to sort of gender identity, for example, or people who are on various hormone regimens and how it relates to other aspects of health, like there's just such an absence of data. So somebody who could do something productive with an electronic medical record study might be the study that helps answer a question that actually just hasn't been done. So I think there's just incredible interest in that happening with the right protections in place. And that's what we kept, that's what came through in the study. Share my data, protect my data. The last thing, you said is sort of like, what can SACHRP do? And I will say, I mentioned it briefly in my talk, but if there's one thing I could sort of implore the committee to really think about as something that can be done is there really is a lot of confusion about how to apply these age of consent standards that you mentioned to research. The guidance says, or the policy says, if a person can consent to that care in their jurisdiction, they can also autonomously consent to research. I read that as that person has a right to self-consent for that research, which you don't even need a waiver of parental permission in that case because they're an adult. The adult regulations apply to them. But, so for example, if I'm doing a study of HIV testing, I mentioned only 1 in 5 sexually active gay and bisexual boys have ever had an HIV test in their life. We need research to increase testing. If I'm studying that, does that mean that the participants are adults? Because in Illinois, they could consent at age 13 to get an HIV test. Can I ask questions about testing? Can I ask questions how they feel about testing? Is that different than testing itself? In Illinois, when you get a test, if it's funded by the health department, there is a set of questions you have to ask about transmission risks so that we can understand how transmission is happening. So is that part of a test? I think clearing that up a little bit would be very helpful in this space for issues of mental health, substance use, HIV, sexually transmitted infections, testing, treatment, prevention in our population that is so disproportionately burdened with those issues. Some real clarity there for IRBs. So that's about, is this person even a child? And then, of course, if they are a child, you could still waive parental permission. That's another set of regulations that I think could use some clarification. So there's, at least as an adolescent health researcher, I think that would be hugely impactful if there could be some clarity.
The other piece that I think about in terms of big data and identifying folks within this population, specifically for intersex folks, is perhaps unlike the other categories, unless I'm missing something, you may identify that somebody is intersex with this kind of work that nobody knows. Nobody otherwise knows of them as intersex. They don't identify as intersex. And what we're hearing from the intersex identified population, and this is not in any kind of studied manner, but again, we're talking small populations. I'm a rare differences person. What we're hearing from the adults, and as good of a proxy as it might be from the parents, from kids, is don't tell me that my kid is a sex and gender minority. Don't force us into a label. But if I have a health issue, I want to know, right? If I'm going to develop a health issue, I want to know. So it becomes not as much about what health things might be identified for the population or for the individual as about what labels might be brought forward with that. So the language that's involved. Another thing that I think of, and I feel like this is part of what you're doing in asking us this question in terms of our experience with these populations, is I feel like part of what we're, again, the rare differences and sort of the disability community comes to mind for me, is I feel like part of what we're talking about is the nothing about us without us principle. Again, I don't know what capacities you have, but anything to my mind that brings that forward is a positive.
I would, coming from an IRB perspective, one of the things that our IRB routinely does is, our IRB has permission to trust the investigators. Like what we are looking at is their expertise with the community, their connection to the community, and how the community was consulted. And that if they are telling us that they had a rigorous community consultation process, we are not going to be policing their language in the same way we would if it was a brand new investigator who showed up and said that they asked a friend and so they think it's okay. That's the piece that we're evaluating, is not so much parsing each particular word, but like the process that they went through to get there. If that makes sense. I think
that's something I was thinking too when I'm not picking on you, Eric, but when you were talking about the old stodgy IRB members, is I think whenever, well, yeah, that was the picture. That was the picture you gave. But I I think when you have an excited principal investigator who has worked very diligently with the community that they're working with, I think as long as they show that they're well-meaning principal investigators who are very educated in this community, I think you bring the stodgy IRB members to your side. I think you're right that a lot of people, these are all very controversial topics or sensitive topics, but I think when you get a very educated PI in there, I think that that sort of falls away. And one thing IRBs can do is have their investigators present to the IRB. I don't know how common that is anymore, but having your PIs come, present their study, ask for questions, have your primary, secondary reviewer system, and have them ask those big, deep questions. And I think you would be surprised that the stodgy people might be like, oh, wow, those people really know what they're doing, and they've really, really thought about this.
Well, look, I appreciate the comment. The other thing that comes to mind is that, there's so much research happening all across the country. Some states are more supportive of this kind of research than others. And so I want to still protect those studies and those study participants. So one other thought is we probably could do a better job of clarifying when a certificate of confidentiality should be obtained, how to obtain it, when it isn't needed, because if you're in an academic health system or an academic center with HHS funding, that's one thing, but there are a lot of clinical settings, hospitals who are not affiliated with in academic settings, and they're sharing their electronic health records to third parties under BAAs for this big data. These are the things I'm kind of thinking about. And I was one of those stodgy kinds of people, like early in my career. So I'm squarely in Generation X. So I'm that lost, forgotten generation. But I was deeply offended when I saw flyers recruiting for queer men. I'm like, I'd be offended. I'm offended. And then 10, 15 years later, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a queer guy. It's fine. You can do that, right? But the other possible answer is to have more LGBTQI members on the IRB and have more community participation, true community participation, and not just picking out of convenience, which I think sometimes IRBs do, understandably, because there is a regulatory need. But, I used this example before. If we just pick the convenient community member who happens to just fit the checkbox of non-scientist, non-affiliated, and not thinking more deeply than that, we won't be able to educate and improve and have that voice. So maybe we need more than one community member and more diversity on the IRB.
What I'm hearing from Christine, though, is we wouldn't need a certificate of confidentiality for a study like that because either they've self-censored their whole lives or they want the information out there and they would provide it. So why is it why would you need or consider a certificate of confidentiality for something like that?
So if the IRB waived HIPAA authorization, let's say, and then they didn't, and so they think it's only going to their provider, but it's really in the electronic health record. Now, this researcher who doesn't know the patient and the patient doesn't realize, they now know they're getting gender affirming care. The patient doesn't even know it's collected. And now let's say they're in a hostile state with an attorney general who wants to subpoena that record. It needs a certificate of confidentiality, I think, as an additional protection. And not all IRBs will think of this. So I'm not worried about the investigator doing something nefarious. I'm thinking of external to that. Now, you could have that rogue PI who's super sneaky and wants to do this one random, I'm really anti-LGBT and I want to find them. And they're like, maybe, but that's probably unlikely, right? That would really damage them, I think. But okay. But even then, but I'm talking about the states where this research is not being supported, and they will try to weaponize That's what I'm thinking of. And I don't mean to be so dark, but I kind of try to think this way. So.
I think we already saw examples very similar to that in Texas and Tennessee.
Yeah.
And I'm not aware that in those situations, even if there was a certificate of confidentiality, because those were just electronic health records, they were not related to research. they were released anyways.
Yeah. Do you want to
So-
give some background, Christina? I'm aware of the case, but can you give it for everyone?
Certainly. So in Texas and Tennessee, in both situations, the states had some anti-youth gender affirming care policies that went into effect. And hospitals were requested to turn over their medical records of youth accessing gender affirming care. And specifically in the case of Tennessee, the hospital somehow decided that none of the privacy protections that apply to everybody were applicable when they were being subpoenaed by the state. So I think in the situations, and this is like me, Christina, not like speaking on behalf of anybody else, I think that privacy protections only get us so far, because when there are abuses, nobody cares what the rules are. Those abuses are going to happen anyways. And like oftentimes it's kids that end up paying that price because adults fight back.
Can I jump in? I wanted to build off of what you were saying, Eric and Louise, about nothing about us without us, and really going to some of the work that you mentioned that you had done, Christina. Are there ways that we could think about, particularly in research protections, but just generally about community involvement, and continuing to build on the work that you did with focus groups and really using that as a way to build the frameworks that we need? Because I think it's so key as we're talking, we don't know. Right. And not one member from the community is going to know. And so are there ways that we can build this into the system, into the work that you're doing, into the research? So it's not just you, Brian, reporting about the wonderful work that you're doing with kids and adolescents, but also bringing them to be that voice. To me, that is the next step in autonomy, right? In the design, in fully recognizing individuals. So I wanted to hear more about that.
I would just say I think that's so important, and I loved what Amy said about like part of the review process is like respecting the investigator's process of community elicitation and engagement. And that's really I've been in the crosshairs of that tension where we have a very community engaged process, and then we submit the community created materials to the IRB, and they're like, well, you can't say this, you can't say that. And then the community is like, wait a second, we're the ones who know the lingo. We're the ones who know. Who are these people asking us these questions, and why is it taking so long? Are usually the two. So I think that's so important. And I think, whether you might be in some environments where you could get some LGBTQ representation on the IRB, that's great. But I also think about this idea of sort of how can institutions facilitate community engagement as just a core part of the practice. And, instead of IRB members sort of second guessing the wording and what the ad looks like, there really should be a community elicitation process if it's not clear that the investigator automatically has that expertise or knowledge. And even so, it's still one person's perspective. So engaging the community is so important, but it's really challenging, to thread that needle between what the community says and fitting it into the regulatory guidance. And often the investigators sort of in the crosshairs between those two. So anything that could be done to bridge the worlds of what community perspectives are with the regulatory frameworks and what needs to be done during the IRB review process, I think is just so valuable. We have a project right now where we're having teens creating prep campaign materials. It's like youth-led, youth-created. They're the ones who are designing it. And it'll be interesting to see, like, when these youth-created content goes to the IRB to say, we want to start this social marketing campaign, will someone second guess that and say, well, I don't like this part of it or something from my perspective as a physician working in a urology clinic for 20 years or something. I don't like that language. I think there has to be respect for the community perspective about certain aspects of the process. So.
I love that, because what I heard from you is that there's potentially an opportunity for IRBs to also include community engagement and involvement as they are reviewing this, right? Instead of us just thinking, oh, you have one member, is there a better way to do it with the IRB being required to have some community engagement so that then they could understand, oh, this is community most impacted. Let's trust what they're saying, right? It's not the pitted, the PI or the investigator pitted against the IRB. It's like this broader context. So I love that idea. Thank you.
I just wanted, excuse me, to sound one cautionary note. You know, we all love the idea of having patient or population engaged feedback on our study design, et cetera. But just as, you know, one PI doesn't necessarily represent a community and one patient doesn't necessarily represent a community, it's a question of where do you find that authentic voice? And there are legitimate divides within, you know, say patient advocacy groups, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't want us to get, you know, it's a very good idea, but then the actualization could become problematic. I do a lot of work with patient advocacy groups and, you know, there's schisms and there fights over money or ideas or what have you. So I think it's a great idea to integrate the feedback and even do it in a more structured manner, but I would hate to come up with some sort of like non-flexible rule that suddenly ties people.
I love that because, right, it's about the flexibility, but an understanding that it's needed. And so even that first step is key, and not believing that one group could say it, but we know it's not going to be the IRB that is not doing the research, right? And so allowing for flexibility to have more input is key. And helping us with some of that language to allow for the flexibility and more input, I think is really going to be helpful.
One of the challenges we've had around community engagement has been communities feeling like we're asking for what we want and not providing what they need. So any sort of process would have to be very bi-directional and informed by, you know, not just like, oh, we need your input on X, Y, Z. Like, scope would have to be broader.
Go ahead, Lois.
This is a little bit different direction, but going back to something that we started this session, I think, with the question about, and also I loved your presentations. Thank you very much. You've given us a lot to think about. So I'm trying to think about the inclusion required or suggested or encouraged or whatever of collecting data in these studies, data about sexual orientation, gender identity, all the other characteristics we've been talking about. And so I guess it's a two-part question, and anybody can try to answer it. And I think we're at the beginning stages of this conversation, which is about the breadth of that requirement or suggestion, encouragement, and the depth of it. So on the one hand, I'm thinking about what kinds of studies or all studies, right, do each of you or any of you who want to speak on this think that this kind of information should be collected, self-identifying information? Are there any studies where it doesn't need to be collected? And then, and maybe one thing that influences the answer to that question is how detailed you're going to go, right? What are, and my sense was there is, like Christina was talking about, right, there's no framework, yet, right? But if starting to think about a framework that IRBs, not having to each reinvent this, right? But trying to figure out, well, what should we look into investigators to be collecting in their studies? Right? What do those questions look like? Those questions that you're going to let the participant answer. So it's kind of all studies, some studies, and how much data, and do those have to relate, it seems to me, right? those two questions. Thank you.
So I'm going to go back to talking about the 2022 National Academies Report on Measuring Sex, Gender Identity, and Sexual Orientation, because the expert panel that wrote that report laid out that sexual orientation and gender identity, primarily in the form of a two-step gender identity question that includes sex assigned at birth and current gender, so that you can look at both the sex discordancy responses and case, because many trans people don't necessarily identify as transgender. They identify as their gender, correct? So the National Academies Report recommends that in most studies, having those demographic characteristics for sexual orientation and gender identity should be broadly included anywhere that there are other demographic characteristics being asked about. And because there has been such a dearth of research around including intersex questions, some people may not know that they are intersex. The National Academies recommended a couple different varieties of questions to start getting at being able to familiarize people with expecting those questions in health survey contexts. Again, the huge caveat is that most of the research has focused on large statistical surveys, not necessarily on electronic health records, though we know those questions have been included in many circumstances for a number of years. There wasn't necessarily the same kind of rigorous cognitive testing process to make sure that people who are receiving those questions would know how to respond to them appropriately. I think the other part of that is the principle of parsimony. You wouldn't necessarily want to have a 35 response option list of all the different sexual identities that people could identify with on every single instance. And the recommendations that were in that 2022 National Academies report have a sort of narrowed down baseline. Obviously, if you're doing a study in an oversampled LGBTQI population, you might want to include more nuanced response options so that more people feel seen and represented. But including a write-in option of I use a different term or I prefer a different term would allow folks to both feel seen and also be captured appropriately. There's robust evidence to suggest that the straight cisgender folks know and understand how to respond to these questions too, so we don't have to worry about like the folks misunderstanding, although that can be increased if you have a ton of different sexual minority response options for some of those folks. So I think it depends on the population. In youth, you might want to have more options because they have a whole bunch of response options. There was some recent testing from Department of Education where they specifically analyzed the write-in responses from, I think it was 18 to 24-year-olds in their group. And like significantly younger people than I really think that like gender and sexual orientation are kind of a construct and a farce. Like some people were like, LOL, my gender is pizza, like, or like my gender is a social construct. And that is so notably different than some of the like older cisgender white men, not to point any fingers, who would write in something like, I identify as a white Christian man. So, you know, they have a very specific gender identity also. It's just not one of the response options that would necessarily be included in all those situations.
Can I just follow up with that because it relates to, I'm sorry, I can't see what your name is on the in there, but your point about labels. Right. And to what extent, I mean, is that something to worry about? You know, when you have the other, that helps. But, you know, I think we shouldn't necessarily assume that people who are cisgender and straight want to fill out those boxes either, right? As, you know, right. They might want to say, why do you care? You know,
that's true.
And anyway, so I just wondered, you know, there's a tension, it seems to me, by lifting up this information, which is important for some contexts, right? Or these differences or these ways people think of themselves or think of others. and attention between that because of the information it can give us to improve lives versus reifying those categories.
Absolutely.
Categorization.
And so part of it depends on the particular context of that research or that study, right? In some of those situations, especially if we're looking at disparities, gender is going to be the most important construct. So having a, man, woman, non-binary response options, or, I use a different term, set of response options would be the most appropriate. But you lose some of the granularity of being able to identify trans populations if you don't also have the, what sex were you assigned at birth, for example, on your original birth certificate question. That's also challenging because in 2018, states started allowing X markers on original birth certificates. X markers don't correlate to biology necessarily or to any kind of designation. Many parents want to leave gender identity up to their kids and make that choice. So now our two-step gender identity question is virtually useless for some populations. That is something we're going to have to figure out how to deal with. The All of Us research program includes intersex as a sex assigned at birth, though it is not typically a sex assigned at birth. Many birth certificates have not had that capacity for documenting ambiguity of any variety at birth. So there's so many different levels of nuance that I think there's just a real hunger for being able to start exploring them and then figuring it out how we can best represent the great diversity of the human experience and make sure that that's being ethically translated into improving the lives of all people.
I was just going to add that the issue, I think, for SACHRP to some extent is if you expand the inclusion of these items, which I hope we encourage in every way possible. There's this regulatory framework where you say if the data could put people at risk, if it was disclosed or it might cause harm in its collection, then maybe it's no longer expedited review. So now, if every study that comes before an IRB includes these items, which I hope is people approach in a thoughtful way, you basically no longer have exempt or expedited studies coming before your IRB. And I think the important takeaways as it relates to this, and I think this is where we really need to educate IRBs, is that the data on acceptability of answering these questions is very good. I mean, I presented data on young people. There's research on adults as well. In fact, people are more comfortable answering these questions than they are answering questions about their income. That's very widely documented. In fact, there's less skip rates of these items than there are questions about income. And I don't think an IRB would say if you're asking income, this should go to the full board. And I don't think it should go to the full board because of asking these questions either. And then I think, the great points Amy said about like, what are the protections that are in place? So part of it, again, is like, if this data got out, would it put this person at risk for their reputation, for, how realistic is it that the data is going to get out? Is it that like you could imagine some situation where if all of these unlikely things occurred, that might happen? Or are there really strong, legitimate protections in place that make that very unlikely that it would happen? In which case, I think IRBs would be appropriate to continue to say that this research should be either exempt or expedited in the review. I think absent some guidance from you, there's going to be a lot of concern that all of a sudden every study that adds these items is going to go to full board review, and they really need some help with that. So I hope that that's something that's considered.
Thank you. And we have come to the end of our time. Many, many thanks to the four of you. This has been enlightening and important discussion, and I think gives us a lot to think about. So thank you very much. And we will now break for lunch and reconvene at 1:45. We ask that people who want changes made be as specific as possible about what those are, as opposed to sort of big, broad generalizations that David's not going to be able to address in an hour. That he has to work on this. All right, it's all yours, David.
I appreciate it. So we have two new members today, Neil and Allison. So I thought I would give a little bit of history behind this and kind of how the document got to the shape it's in right now. When we started this process of trying to craft the recommendation in response to the GAO questions, we kind of did the old classic, throw everything against the wall. And, you know, we had about 17, 18 different standards. We were trying to analyze them all by the feasibility and the measurability, et cetera. And it got to be a 40-something page document that was just really far too detailed to be very useful. So I really appreciate Nancy King and Ada Sue Selwitz took some real big cuts, and Rakaya and Eric also made a lot of good comments and changes. And so shortened it down to what we have here. So, you know, 14 pages, fairly succinct, and really kind of divided into two recommendations. One, that in the short term, we think that the best thing to do is to support the current government and some non-governmental systems that are in place, and that is the best way to ensure the effectiveness of IRBs. But in the long run, to fund research for a group with more knowledge of how to measure, quantify, qualify the types of knowledge that would result in better understanding of how IRBs are efficient. Kind of with the idea that we really don't have the expertise here. I mean, we're all good at human subject protections. We're not so good at measuring that effectiveness. So that's kind of a nutshell where we came up. I was reading this morning on the way in, and I did realize there are there's a few rough cuts from the large edits that went through. So apologize for that. But I guess what I would do is ask if there's any kind of broad framing questions before we start going through line by line. And Allison, Neil, if you have questions, given that you weren't here for the earlier versions.
So I guess I'll start off. One, I think the subcommittee's done an incredible amount of work, and thanks to you, David, and the subcommittee members. My comments will be, when we go through it, we'll just kind of reiterate some of the edits that I suggested that didn't make the cut. So I just would like to hear kind of the thinking of the subcommittee. That would be helpful. And then my overall impression after reading the document was that I don't know that I agree with that. The best way to measure effectiveness is to use the existing models. That I think this is an opportunity for us. And so maybe we can say the easiest way to do it. I think that might be a better way to say it, but I think this is an opportunity for us to be creative, to be innovative, and not just to say the best way is just doing what we're doing. I mean, I feel like this is an opportunity for us to be improving the system, and so that's my general thought about it. I think it's a lot of work that was done. It looks really good, a huge improvement from previous versions, but I will still have some comments. Thanks.
Others on the general level? All right. Then let's dig in. Please, as we kind of go, what you see on the screen, if you have comments about what's up in front of you, please feel free to offer corrections or changes.
I don't know whether my comment's general or not, but maybe you guys can shed some light on it for me. But you know, one of the challenges that I found in reading it and thinking through the issue is that it's so. The obvious statement is it's so hard to figure out how to evaluate this, right? I mean, I think that sort of goes without saying. As someone who's given some thought to trying to think about how to do that, it's really difficult. But one of the things that I'm not sure came through as much is the fact that a lot of the ways we can study it are focused on figuring out what might be getting missed. It strikes me as the hardest thing is to figure out what would be missed without it, right? What's being caught in a sense. And what I mean by that is I think a lot of the challenges and frustrations that everyone has is all in an attempt to try to make things more efficient. trying to streamline processes and figure out what really matters, what really is making an impact and what isn't making an impact. But I worry there's a tendency to build up rather than sort of potentially strip down and figure out what's really doing the work. And so I think that the sort of really explicit focus on trying to understand what's being accomplished rather than what's being sort of missed is really important.
Yeah, it's kind of glasses half full approach instead of half empty.
Right. We have a system that's built up that's reviewing things. There's a lot of things that we know aren't happening. But what I don't know, just from a causal inference perspective, I don't know if we know that they're not happening because of what we're doing, or whether we're doing these things and they're not happening, but there's some things that maybe we don't need to be doing. And that's the part that I think is hardest about figuring out how to study the IRB system, is that it's hard to see this sort of test case of what would happen if you take certain things away, or if you remove certain sort of layers of a process, what would go away. And I think that's unnerving to think about pulling things back. But in some ways, a quest for efficiency has to look at those kinds of questions. I wasn't sure how much that could be embedded into the call for more research, but I think really highlighting the fact that if we're going to improve efficiency, we have to look at potentially peeling away layers of inefficient operations.
Can I just follow up, Neil? What were you talking about? Things that we know aren't happening? Can you give some examples?
So a lot of for cause, reviews and whatnot tend to focus on when events happen, what needs to be put in place to prevent them from happening. Yet a lot of the concerns I think about efficiency are about, we have a big system that can be wieldy on a number of levels, and it's not always obvious that the absence of events or the absence of bad things happening are because of what's there. So if you think about, I give you just a really straightforward example, and maybe it's not the best one, but if you look at the amount of attention, for example, that goes to, and it's mentioned within the document, attention towards language within consent forms. We spend a lot of time focusing on these things. It may be the case that we don't have bad events where people are woefully underinformed about research, consent sorts of problematic things that are happening, but it's not obvious that those two are causally related. In some ways, continuing to sort of build up a structure of review may or may not actually be accomplishing the safeguards or protections that we're hoping it does. So I guess that's sort of that's just one example of where I feel like it's one you can point to where I think many people might say we have a little bit of inefficiency with regard to how the process gets looked at. From the perspective of consent processes, we all know they're important. It's really important in respecting participants. I think many people would probably agree with the statement that the way that consent language, for example, has been approached has been maybe not the most effective. And so figuring out sort of what's actually accomplishing protection is important. I don't know if that helps to clarify a little bit.
Well, I guess you're talking a lot about efficiency, and this document's talking, I think, about effectiveness. So, are you? Is perhaps one way to think about incorporating your concern is to have some kind of explicit statement in here about efficiency as related to effectiveness? Is that
I think that's right, and I think it's also just explicitly to pursue lines of research that look at whether there are things that could potentially be removed as well as things that could be added. Maybe that's the most direct way to say that.
And maybe we can add that as we get down to those sections. So I guess I would ask, any changes to the executive summary, lines 2 through 24?
I have something small, I think, on line 15. It says include routine and for-cause inspections of IRBs by OHRP, FDA, and other agency signatories to the common rule. And that might the other is what I'm wondering. I mean, is OHRP a signatory, an agency signatory to the common rule versus, right? I think the other doesn't belong there.
Oh, well, I don't know, but I defer to you OHRP folks. So get rid of this other here or not.
Yeah, the agencies that have signed on to the common rule, I don't think the OHRP, I mean, I could be wrong. It just seems like OHRP didn't sign on to the common rule that and FDA didn't sign on to the common rule.
Oops. Okay. Now, why didn't it show that? So,
right.
So it's set so you can't see the deletions. I just got that little red line.
But I think this has the same meaning, and it's to get rid of other, and it's, or does it not?
I don't know how to.
Yes, show markup.
Okay.
And maybe we could solve it by just different language, including routine and for-cause inspections of IRBs by OHRP, FDA, and agencies that are governed by the common rule.
Just a note on the minutes, please keep your mind while you're looking down.
It's a small point. I just don't think it was technically correct the way it was.
Okay. Others?
Super minor, but line 21 is missing. SACHRP is missing an R.
Oh, that is me. I do. If you see that, that's me typing.
Oh, okay.
It happens all the time.
So David, mine is referring to lines starting at line 12. So it says, in the short term, SACHRP believes the best way to measure effectiveness of IRBs is accomplished by, and so I thought this could be one of three. I don't know if you remember my note. It was one of three. So it was not just, using existing and well-established governmental, that's great. But I had two other bullets. And again, this is just in the summary. Convening stakeholder groups from the community, including evaluation experts. And then bullet 3 would be developing and sharing common definitions and novel tools to measure quality and effectiveness in the IRB ecosystem. That's why, this way we don't just say it's one, the best means this is like the only. And I want to give us flexibility to say the best way to measure effectiveness is to get evaluation experts to help us. That's number 2, basically. And then number 3 is developing and sharing common definitions and maybe develop novel tools to measure quality and effectiveness. I mean, I want to give us some flexibility, but I don't know how others feel about that. I saw you nodding your head, Neil, so I assume that seems reasonable to you.
I mean, I think it sounds right to me, right? I mean, I think they're all, those are important. And I don't think those contradict statements that are elsewhere. I think that it's a similar sort of notion as what I was thinking through. I mean, it's certainly consistent with my earlier comment too, in the sense that we need to think more deeply about what really is accomplishing the kinds of protections that we think are important to us and to stakeholders.
Yeah, and I would just jump on to support that because later in the document, we talk about the stakeholders and that was in our original charge. So I think putting that up in those lines would be helpful. And the second part that you added about innovation and novel frameworks, we also mentioned that later on in the document. So I really like how it's up in the executive summary so people you don't assume that people make it that far, that they would see it earlier in the document.
I also support this change. I have notes below about the stakeholders And we kind of gestured to it already in some of the language around, OHRP should revise and reissue exist. I mean, there is some language around innovation, but I think being explicit up front, I think that would be good.
So Eric, why don't you give me a rough version and then I will fix it up tonight.
Sure. I can also email you.
Yeah,
but,
please.
It's so number one says accomplished by, and then you have a semicolon. And then you continue, number one, using existing and well-established governmentals. That doesn't change. And then number two is convening stakeholder groups from the community, including evaluation experts. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
We're doing one by one. Sorry.
Well, yeah. Tell you what, why don't you email it to me?
All right. Well, I'll read it out loud. Just make sure the committee members are comfortable with it. So, and then three, developing and sharing common definitions and novel tools to measure quality and effectiveness in the IRB ecosystem. I don't know if that worked. I don't know if I like that language, but we can see.
Yeah, so I'll get that. We'll
I'll
come back to
email
this tomorrow with the.
I'll email it to you. In fact, I'll make the edits too. So.
Okay. All right. So moving on, any other questions on this section or any comments? All right. The charge to SACHRP, I'm not sure there's much to change because it's mostly just cut and paste. This historical context section from line 50 to line 92 is really just kind of a historical accounting, but people have comments, please.
Sorry, Eric here again. So I didn't know that on line 54 what DHEW was.
Department of Health, Education, and Welfare.
Okay.
Predecessor to HHS.
Yeah, and then I guess if we're going to do the history, I don't mind it. I was thinking maybe this could be a footnote potentially, but you don't mention the Belmont report, Belmont meeting in there. I didn't see that. And then
National Committee.
Oh, National Committee. Okay, which generated the Belmont report. And then there's a GAO report that I thought was important. Wasn't that the GAO report in 2005? That was the one with the commercial IRBs that were missing. I thought that's another important, if we're going to include them. So anyway, so the GAO report for 2005, the GAO ran fake protocols through, and it highlighted Coast IRB that was ultimately shut down because of it. I just felt like if we're giving a summary, that's an important another history point. And then finally on this one, I just wonder if we could just focus on governmental issues and delete line, to keep it brief, 71 through 74, because that is, I always thought we just focus on governmental activity. So yeah, that I'm suggesting 71 through 75.
Yeah, that one, I think that needs to be a decision by everyone.
Yeah, because also I want to, if we include them, then we should probably include Aereo and others like Primer. Once we start naming ones, then I feel like, where do we stop? Like, I feel like Aereo is pretty important now. So I thought, what if we just keep it with governmental historical context? That's what I was thinking as a cut. That's why I thought.
Eric, if you want to cut 71 through 74, do you also want to cut, where is it? In the next paragraph, wouldn't it?
82. Is that where you're?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. 82 through 84.
Yeah, that's right. I want us to focus on governmental. Yeah, I want us to focus on governmental issues that are related to us.
I would agree. I don't want to overstep anybody reaching for their mic, but I would agree only in the sense of our charge seems to be really focused on the governmental response of effectiveness. But that doesn't limit our discussion of how government can be effective. But I think that really goes nicely. If I could go back to the charge that was in the beginning, and how it started on line 29 with the Secretary of Health and Human Services should ensure OHRP and FDA convene stakeholders. So I think that is a nice kind of connection.
Let's see, but also, Burkai, just to challenge a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
On line 32, it says these could include effectiveness measures, peer review, audit, or peer audits of IRB meetings, mock protocols, surveys. So they do in the GAO charge goes beyond just government.
Yes, but it's speaking directly to government to do certain things. And so in my brain, when you're talking about the history or you're talking about the charge, it's more focused on what has government done, and then the later discussions of how government can use those things to fulfill its charge to do it. Yeah.
So I guess I just need some clarification. So we're trying, the proposal is to eliminate line 71. Sorry.
Yeah, the sentence for 71, the historical context is
I see.
Is really limited to what government agencies, the history of government agencies.
But we do refer to AAHRPP
Later in the document.
later
Yes.
as potential
That's right.
guides.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
okay.
Because there are others like Primer, Incura. There are other people. There's other certification programs. There's a certified. It's not as well known, like the CIM, certification for IRB managers. I don't want us to pick and highlight some and not others. It just gets very difficult, I think, for our role as being an agent's, advisory to a federal agency. How do we decide?
So 2 comments. I guess I'm reading this charge as more broad than just government efforts to measure effectiveness. So I would not sort of broadly eliminate every reference to non-government things. As far as the historical context goes, it seems like, so yes, I think, at line 71, there were also 2 non-governmental responses. I guess the 2 is probably not accurate if there have been other efforts. You could say something like there have also been non-governmental responses to the increased agency scrutiny in the last 30 years, and then you could give examples, like including, for example, a creation of.
Yeah. I put such as or including.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I think area is probably appropriate also. I mean, they're pretty prominent at this point, right?
Which one?
Aereo, the one that Holly Fernandez and
Oh.
Holly Taylor presented to this committee a couple of cycles ago. And then Primer, of course, is they're involved in this as well. So it's just, where do we? Why I like it, I mean, we do mention them later in the document, right, as stakeholder groups. That's why I like it's inclusive. I just don't, that was my comment about it.
So, Eric, I could say the reason I put them here is that this talks about government response to scandals and efforts to improve human subject protections. And after the shutdowns, 2 things that really came out from directly at the shutdowns was AHRP and CIP. And others came out as well.
Yeah. And city, and there's a lot of them. That's why I'm trying to like, why do we pick these 2 only?
Well, city was more trained. It met the requirement for NIH to have investigator training. But we could include city. Yeah.
What about Aereo? I mean, again, I think this is why it's better to remove it.
Well, this was historical context.
Yes.
But Aereo was just started about 5 years ago.
5 years. Yeah, I mean, I think this is why it's cleaner just to take it out.
David, you could, if you end up adding that, you could do something like a last line, more recent non-governmental include. Something just really general there. But, and I appreciate your hesitation on it, David, because it is talking about the increased agency scrutiny in a particular time period, which led to those two things, but maybe just a different sentence since that time or more recently or something like that. And I'm also in favor of keeping it in this section, if modified.
All right, I can work on that in the room tonight.
And then to deal with Eric's second point, which was down at like 80, 82, I think, right? Because originally we were thinking about maybe deleting that, but now we're thinking about keeping, modifying, adding to. Maybe in this, it could be furthermore, the non-governmental mechanisms that have developed since the late 1990s should be something like should be considered as something. I don't think we want to say which one should be promoted necessarily, but should be reviewed and considered for their effectiveness in this regard or something, and perhaps promoted or just something. I don't have the words for you right now, but something like that.
So you're saying, Lois, not to specify which trainings and certifications by name, but just the concepts of them. Is that right?
Well, I was just trying to respond to your concern. Yes.
Yeah. Great.
But to keep it in the idea of non-governmental. So yeah, I was just generalizing it.
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that.
And instead of just a broad blanket should be promoted, I think should be.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And captured should be reviewed and considered.
Okay. Thanks.
And with lots of typos and stuff. My chance to go to the gym before dinner has disappeared.
Yeah, I would jump in. I would say, I still think that it's problematic that we are naming specific things here as a committee, an advisory committee. I think that language is good about effectiveness. But I worry about the conflict of interest and the perception of it a little bit with this specific language. So I would love if we could maybe think about the language about promotion, maybe think about that just generally.
So you're worried about promoting AAHRPP, for example, as opposed to a more generic accreditation of institutions and professionals. Yeah,
I think we could say it more generalized with more general language.
Yeah. I'm probably ignorant on this point because these are the only two things I really am aware of. It's all that we haven't done either at my institute. I mean, most of my staff have CIP, but we haven't done AAHRP. But are there others? I mean, are there competing
No, not competing, I would say, but I know that through the CTSA network, they're working on and I'm part of this, so full disclosure,
Okay.
the University of California and Stanford is working on a free kind of peer review option for institutions that want to do a version of this. So that's why I keep emphasizing peer review because despite some people thinking otherwise, I think AHRP can do a lot of good to programs. There's also a lot of programs that just will never pursue AHRP for whatever reasons. Yeah. And so we wanted to offer something that allows peer review for institutions. And so that's why I'm trying to broaden it. So that it's called CareQ. It's only in California right now. We're going to share it out with others. And these are kind of free tools that rely, and it's just another way to kind of certify programs getting buy-in from subject matter experts from different programs. So, not competitive in any way. Like we're not going to be, there's no really charge for this, maybe a nominal charge, but it's not nearly as mature or, sophisticated, I guess is the right word, or complex as AHRP. Yeah.
And I think I'm jumping in, thinking about it a little differently too, of allowing for opportunities for innovation and change so that we don't have to keep changing the document as things change. Does that
No,
sort of
absolutely.
make sense?
I mean, I do think that's an important point that, if for whatever reason AHRPP doesn't exist in 5 years, the document looks dated. And I think I'm sensitive to the perception of promotion of a private agency that makes money off of this. So I could certainly get behind more generic language. I mean, we probably do the work by just referring to accreditation of institutions, IRBs, and
I'm looking at the SMART IRB agreement because
You're what?
The SMART IRB agreement. I don't know, but it talks about have initiated an assessment of the quality of its HRPP. I just like the assessment of the quality, and it's kind of open-ended because it could be AHRP, it could be, they mention OHRP's quality assessment program or other equivalent approach.
Is that on their website?
I'm sorry?
Is that on the Smart IRB website?
It's actually, you have to click on the actual agreement.
Okay.
I can
If you want to.
Cut and paste it.
Yeah, if you want to send it to me, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think there's broad consensus in the community that peer review is valuable. I mean, people don't know how to do it. They can't organize around it. And so that's what we're trying to do, is to help institutions do peer review for one another using the OHRP tools that are available and things like that. So I like this idea of quality assessment, quality assurance, peer review. All these are good terms for me.
Okay, I'll make those changes tonight. I have a shot at it tomorrow. So how about
Sorry, I had one.
Yep.
I think this is minor. I hope, but the last sentence or two. I think if you go into what's line 90 right now, I think you could cut everything after assessments. I mean, we don't need to call out anthropology, sociology, specific fields. It sort of sounds like we don't know what we're talking about.
Like that.
I just don't think it adds much to call out specific fields, and I don't think we need to say we don't know how to study things. I mean, I think that's sort of implied that like the last sentence, while SACHRP members are familiar with research ethics and regulations, we don't have expertise in methodology. I think it's just implied that we've said it needs to be studied. I don't think we need to say we don't know how. So I just don't think those sentences add much, but
yeah.
I'll do my part in shortening.
Thank you.
Less words are always better.
Yeah.
For these kinds of documents.
Fewer words.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to move on to the scope then. So this is just, we had a long set of discussions about whether to do HRPPs as a whole and everything that could possibly be looked at, or stick to IRBs. We chose to stick to IRBs because that's what the GAO specifically focused on. So That's what this section clarifies. We can always go back if somebody wants to go back later. Okay, then we get kind of into the meat of it. So, here is defining the effectiveness of protecting research participants. So we have the charge to us, charge from the GAO, and then the charge that SACHRP gave, or OHRP gave to us. And here we take a quote from one of Holly Lynch's, or Holly's articles.
I hope what will be a small change here. I'm wondering if we could say, right before the big quote, SACHRP suggests that an effective IRB could be defined as.
Okay. Good one.
We're not talking about the system of IRB review.
Yep. Okay. How about this little section starting on line 130 then? Charges 1 and 3 combined.
Yeah, just small edits. 132. Oh, you fixed it. There was an extra P before. Oh no, sorry, it's on 135 now. It's the P's. Yeah, SACHRP has extra P's in it. Okay. And the 135 is just kind of throughout the document. But and this is really minor, but I think if I understand the section correctly, we're trying to define what are the critical considerations that we think are tied to IRB effectiveness and differentiate them from other things that we think are related but less critical, right? And you're trying to break them up into 2 buckets. Is that right?
No, the first section is directly related to IRB effectiveness, and then the second 2 are broader. They're only partially impacted by IRB operations and review. And this was this idea of human research satisfaction and compliance with other HRPP constituencies. So even though we said our scope is limited to IRBs, these 2, the subcommittee really wanted these 2 to remain in. So we could throw them out because they don't meet our scope. But there were a lot of subcommittee members who felt public, research subject and public trust in the system was key to all of this. Is kind of how they ended up staying.
Okay, I guess where I got stuck, when I wonder if we can talk about IRB reasonableness. This is 146. I couldn't follow this, and I don't know if I was the only one.
It really helped if you heard Holly's brilliant talk.
Yeah, I did. I listened to the SACHRP meeting from when she did present.
Okay.
Yeah, I did listen, but I don't know if it's translating through. That's where I think I know. So I don't know how to fix it though, unfortunately.
She had I just read another talk by her recently where she really kind of focused in on the idea that IRBs are asked to use standards. And when you use standards as opposed to rules, and rules are easy because they're binary, but standards demand, thoughtful application of higher level principles to factually different situations. She made a really nice point of elucidating that difference.
Yeah. That
it was the fact that you're asking IRBs to apply standards, and that's why you can't just give them simple black and white rules to use.
I'm not against it. Like I like it. I guess I'm going to suggest that bullets in this section, bullets 3 and 4, the peer review and IRB reasonableness, be in the next section. Meaning, you can have an effective IRB without peer review, but it's nice to have peer review. So that to me is why it's partially impacted.
Well, that wasn't. Yeah, I see your point, but that wasn't really why they're included there. It's because they focus on IRBs. I guess you could say the peer review focuses on more than IRBs. The other thing I would say, Eric, at this point is if you start making structural changes like that, I'm going to have to be moving paragraphs all over.
Yeah.
Can I make one minor suggestion in the, I guess it's 141 about ensuring subjects exercise informed consent. It strikes me as a lot of what IRBs to do is decide when informed consent is important. So it's not ensuring they exercise informed consent doesn't necessarily seem like you should always avoid preventable harms. You should always treat subjects equitably. You don't always ensure subjects exercise informed consent. Right. So I think if we want something like appropriate engagement of subjects or something like that, which I think is consistent with respect, is a more, because this is supposed to be something that's always supposed to happen. I think it's a friendly amendment. I don't think this is anything that's, but I think it matters because we don't want to imply informed consent always has to happen.
Yeah. So going back to Eric's previous point, if I'm interpreting correctly, I think the objection to leaving those two bullet points there is probably tied to the word critical standards, critical.
Okay.
And I'm not sure critical is necessary there. So that might be a way to solve this. SACHRP provisional analyses of standards that are directly tied to IRB effectiveness. Does that,
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that fixes it for me.
That's good.
Yep, that fixes it for me. And then so those the second bullet, IRB member and staff education. I think we could take out assessments and certifications and then to be consistent again that we're not endorsing, but we want IRB member staff and staff education.
So like that, Eric?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And then peer review assessments and then or quality management systems. Yeah. Great. That's a great edit for me, Doug. Thank you. I wish I thought of it.
I don't know if this related to the discussion that happened or not, but with regard to satisfaction, so I would certainly be in favor of adding that content, although the word satisfaction sometimes can devalue what we're doing. I would say something like that would be attention to human research participant experiences with research and research oversight, something that I think the satisfaction kind of devalues what we mean by this. I think it's a much more robust sense of having an obligation to understand the impact of this on real participants.
So what do you have?
So I think I like human research participant experiences with research or, something like that. Experience with research.
Yeah. I added self-report. Is that helping?
I don't think it's self-report implies the way you're finding it out. I think this is about the idea that a good, and again, I like the notion this is partially impacted by IRBs because it's not all IRBs, but we should be part of a system that ensures appropriate experiences for people who are engaged in research.
Before we move on much further, I actually had something up. I did not realize we were so quickly going into this section. So I actually have something on old 126. I don't know what it is now. It's right above your bold charges 1 and 3 combined.
Okay.
Okay. I stumbled on 3, quality of IRB process, and then it says procedural. So that's like process. So I had a suggestion, 1, feasibility, 2, measurability, and 3, whether the standard measures effectiveness on a procedural or substantive basis.
So how about, see this, what I've highlighted down below? I think we said it better down there.
I'm sorry, I can't see that far.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, and then I'd say, but you said feasibility, measurability, and I think whether the standard measures effectiveness, you can use just combine whatever you said and whatever. I don't know if you can plop that in and it'll be parallel. It's just a writing thing, but.
Yeah, okay, I'll make a note.
But it's the same point.
Yeah.
You're right. It's the same point.
Yeah. And it was.
And I just want to jump in. I think that is a great change because I put that language in there and I didn't know what I was trying to actually say. So I appreciate that revision.
Yep. Good. So any changes here? Oh, see, now I gotta make it a little bit smaller. I guess we can see the line numbers.
Yeah.
Changes here, line 154 to 62, kind of when we describe our.
I might jump in and just say if you can take what Lois just said and maybe work on that for 158. I know that was an area we were trying to work on adding. And not that I didn't know what I was saying, it's just I didn't know how to capture all the things. So
okay, I'll play with that.
Yeah, just adding to that, Rakaya, that for me, when it says documentation of IRB meeting minutes are administrative, I think isn't that substantive because it's a regulatory expectation that you maintain. So I'm thinking you just take IRB meeting minutes as one of the examples. So just say, for instance, turnaround time is an administrative measure, whereas ensuring, so you take out appropriate documentation of IRB meeting minutes, because I feel like when I see that, I'm like, oh, that's a requirement. So isn't that substantive, even though it is administrative and substantive? So just take that one out. Yeah, thanks. That's good.
All right.
So can we back up with that, Eric? Yeah. What did we, I may be fine with it according to what we're going to do with it, but I do think taking the minutes is a process question, whether it's required or not. It's a regulatory process that's required, but it's not getting to the heart of, are they making good decisions?
Yeah.
That's the substance part.
Yeah,
so
I guess
it's just, it depends on what language we do here.
Yeah.
But I didn't quite agree with your point, but it might be moot according to whatever language is finalized.
That makes sense. I mean, like, I was just getting confused that couldn't something be administrative and substantive?
Yeah, and it can be.
Right. Well, it can be, right. Well, and it can be important, which is, and sometimes we use that word substantive as both important and as actually relating to a substantive decision. So anyway,
yeah.
I'm sure, David.
I'm okay leaving it in if we change the substantive part to be more.
Yeah.
I don't know the right
I think
word.
one example of each is fine. So that's a good change. All right. Are we ready to dive into compliance with regulatory requirements? Starting on line 162. It's 162 is up on the screen now.
Do you want to, because we did it before, eliminate the word critical in the heading?
Yes.
Yeah. And unless you can come up with another P, what?
Okay. I will do a search on that.
David, I stumbled on old 162. All regulatory requirements can be measured. I mean, there's a regulatory requirement. I would consider a regulatory requirement that, for example, the IRB reviews the.
So, Lois, what do you think about just removing it? Because
I think that's great.
Yeah.
Where I was going to say some, but I don't know if you need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. We don't have to argue about it.
We've had a lot of people playing with this document.
Okay. Okay. We're just going to eliminate down to the bare bones.
So I have a small suggestion. This is on 167, just quantified through audits. I thought it could be assessed through audits.
Yep, that's good.
And then the next paragraph, I'll just read what I have. It's mostly, it stays the same, but there are many advantages to auditing, period, just to reference what we're talking about. I think it's auditing. and then next sentence, because auditing is the process that the government, because I'm not just using the language that's already there, because auditing is the process the government uses, so it takes out uses, to determine effectiveness, but it has limitations, is what I want to say.
Okay. So there are many advantages to auditing because auditing is the process that government uses.
Yeah, because auditing is the process that the government uses to determine effectiveness today. However, it has limitations. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, and then however what?
However, it has limitations. I'm trying to say, like, that's what the government uses to determine effectiveness, but that alone, it has limitations.
Okay. And then just, okay. And then just kind of fix it up a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. We can do that later.
And about line 63 above the word, furthermore, more needs to come in. We deleted all regulatory requirements can be measured, so furthermore is no longer a necessary word there.
Yeah.
It should just be failure.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm at 175 unless someone has something before then. So I would like to delete this sentence if we could.
Okay.
Okay.
It was kind of weak.
So what, that last sentence just kind of hanging there now.
Yeah, so I could just move it back up here.
Okay.
You can't see it, but it'll move up when you accept it.
Okay.
I can't really see that too well, but I think finally one could argue that this is currently the standard of effectiveness is redundant now.
Maybe just move, can you just maybe, I don't know what the footnote is, that the 3I footnote, but just move the 3I footnote up.
That 3 footnote, it makes reference to the BMO inspection manual.
Yeah, I think Eric was just saying maybe you could move that up to the sentence that talks about determine effectiveness today.
Oh, the footnote?
Yeah.
And then Allison, you were thinking just delete the last sentence then, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If we're jumping down to 178.
Actually, can you, David, so just delete the sentence that you moved that footnote from.
Sorry, delete what?
Finally, one could argue.
Yeah, there you go. That whole sentence goes, right?
Oh, the whole sentence goes?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
because we basically say the same thing in the previous paragraph now.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, because of
sorry,
today.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Or your superscript is only 2 eyes. That should be 3.
I think when we moved it up, we jumped it above 1, I think.
Oh, it
Yeah, I think
renumbered it.
Yeah, we can go look real quick.
Because we eliminated 1.
Yeah, so we went to the right spot. Yeah. I did this exact same thing. I was like, I'm going to trust the computer did the right thing.
Just a minor point on 178. It says this standard is very feasible. I might just take out very.
Okay. Okay, and then Eric, this is where we got back into the education and training, but you're going to send me the language to put it up above as well.
I mean, just to the SACHRP members, I feel like education and training more education and training from OHRP will help the community. And so I felt like the document could emphasize this. Like it goes along to my question, like let's give more resources to OHRP, let's direct resources, because I think the community benefits with that. So, but yeah, I'll send you that language.
And you're talking about education and training from the agents, from them to. Yeah, it's a good point. Do you think that's clear as here versus promoting more educational materials for I don't know, as opposed to things like city training, that kind of like that's explicitly not what you're arguing for. You're arguing for training from OHRP.
Yeah, the regulated community.
Yeah, which I think is really valuable.
Yeah. Thank you, Neil. I appreciate it. So what I wrote in my notes, but I felt like I was talking too much, is I'm putting education and training resources support to OHRP and FDA in the executive summary, even to highlight that as an important recommendation. I mean, I was thinking about this as like, you know, like if OHRP were like food inspectors and they just graded IRBs all the time, we wouldn't need peer review the same way, or accreditation or certifications, right? If the agency were just evaluating, but they don't have the resources to do this. And wouldn't that be nice? If they did, then we could save all the time and expense of the other stuff, right? So not that, Julie, you want to be going to every IRB in the country and to evaluate them, but the idea is like, let's give OHRP more resources, or recommend it, and call my congressman, I guess. So.
Okay, so no changes though, right? It's appropriately stated? Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's been updated. Yeah, sorry. It was archived at one point, I think. And then with the common rule revision, it was relisted. So that's
my next one. Say? OHRP has a?
Yeah, has a update, or just has a written procedures checklist posted online now. Yeah. That one's my fault.
All right. New lines 190 to 94.
Tiny point, but do we need a reference for the support study?
I don't know. Isn't there a whole website still on the OHRP page? No, I'm not getting an answer. Okay. It was a real question. I'll just put footnote. I can find it somewhere.
Well, I mean, there is still a compliance letter on our website, which you could reference.
Okay. I think we should do under the two letters from the bioethicists, half on each side. All right. Moving on to examples of effectiveness measures. So this is where we were trying to get some actual measurement tools into the document. And here we're really saying, lots comes out of government office.
Minor point, but on 206, it just, you need a space between federal and wide.
No, that's the way it is, I think, isn't it? Isn't it mashed together?
It's mashed together,
yeah.
Sorry.
I know,
Thanks.
Sorry. It looks bad, but. And yet we still call it an FWA. All right. Moving on to the Belmont principles. All right, Julie, anything else in that area you'd like to? Okay. I will, so this compliance with the Belmont principles, Nancy King was on the verge of just taking this whole thing out. Because, they're kind of embedded in the regulations. We talked about things like the support study.
I'm okay taking it out. I mean, I don't know how other people feel about it. I don't know that it adds a lot. And then I had a comment here is that while most IRBs follow Belmont principles, what if people are following Helsinki? Do we have to note that? I mean, I think my guess is 90% or more follow Belmont, but in the FWA, you have to indicate which code you're following. So this is kind of biased to Belmont. So I didn't think to remove it, but now that you mentioned it, I'm okay with it if others are.
I would politely disagree. But would love if we wanted to add, you said Helsinki or other things. Yeah.
How about then if we add to the footnote where there's a 4 footnote saying we recognize that other codes may be used, but Belmont is the prevailing or most common code.
I love that.
Okay.
I love that. Thank you.
And
Yeah.
there's an expectation, right? Specifically related to Belmont.
Yeah.
It doesn't the FWA include that?
Yeah. So it's subtle. The code is based on Belmont, but in FWA, it's an open text, or maybe it's a checkbox now that says, which do you want to follow? Belmont or some other code, and it's open. Okay. If I'm remember correctly.
Which my memory is was put there for international.
Yeah, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Julie, you would know better than I would, but
yeah, I mean, I think what you're referencing to is a change that we made in the revised common rule to eliminate any reference to adherence to the ethical principles. And this is something that is different, I think, than what you're talking about. Natalie may want to say something about this. Feel free to come to the mic if you want to speak to it more explicitly. Is that not allowed? Really? Is that okay?
Might be easier to sit at the table now.
Hi, Natalie Klein, OHRP's the director of the Division of Policy and Assurances. I was about to try to look up the data, but anyway, I'm here instead. Right, we could actually look how percentage-wise. But on the federal-wide assurance application, there is a section that asks the assured institution to identify their governing ethical principles. And there are 2 options that are kind of pre-established. And then there's a third for other. And so Belmont's there, Helsinki's there. And then there's other that would require the applicant institution to submit a corresponding document with those other principles. And so it's, as Julie mentioned, that's the revised common rule will remove that, did remove that requirement for assurances. We haven't adopted that change yet. There are a lot of things involved in implementing that kind of change, everything from our software platform to the OMB approval for the information collection that corresponds to the FWA application. But it is something that we're planning to implement as a change. Now, if you really wanted to know the percentage, I could pull the data. But in general, overseas, Belmont's less common for international institutions that hold an FWA. We have about 13,000 institutions around the world that hold an FWA with us actively. And internationally, it's less common to see Belmont and more common to see Declaration of Helsinki. But for US-based institutions, it's more common to see Belmont, but you can check multiple options. And so some people check multiple options, even submit an additional statement of ethical principles. Hope that helps.
I mean, that seems important to me, because if that requirement's going to go away, then it may make sense to remove this section. I don't agree with Nancy that Belmont's principles are completely embedded in the regulations. I think justice in particular is probably not as embedded as it could be.
In one sentence.
But if this is no longer an expectation, then the question is, do we use it as a measure of IRB effectiveness, or I mean, I guess we could still say we think it should be.
Yeah. So, the subcommittee, a lot of the members were kind of like, this, you can't get rid of the Belmont report. I mean, it's the
That's
core
my
of everything.
feeling too.
What?
Yeah.
So I think this group needs to decide. I'm happy either way. I'm but the scribe.
Yeah, with me, I wrestle really with removing this, particularly for the justice aspect, right? The other components, I think, are clearer in the common rule than justice is. And so that is sort of the tension that, and the reason why I would like to leave it in.
I struggle with, I'm sorry, did I cut? Sorry. So I struggle with this section for maybe a different reason, which is that, and maybe this is why it either needs to be like really long or gone. I don't know. I mean, that's probably the debate, right? So because it's so overarching, right? The idea that these are the bedrock of the kinds of the fundamental goals that the process is designed to accomplish. Yet there's a statement that, I mean, it's hard for me not to say it. It just reads as naive to say we need to more quantitatively assess whether people are being ethical. I have a strong reaction against that. And then the measures that are there it's all pretty thin, right? There's not anything there that is known to be a good way to evaluate.
Yeah. And
this.
So Neil, this used to be a lot longer.
Yeah, I can imagine.
and we put a bunch down in this, there's a footnote.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch down in this footnote as well, starting here. That we kind of supplement what's above. And so I don't know.
I struggle with it because the fact that we don't know exactly what to do with this section just is a nice example of how we don't exactly know how to measure this process. And that's just sort of, I guess, stating the obvious, but.
I don't know, Doug, maybe a simple vote would just quickly yay or nay, this section stays or not.
I'm okay leaving it in myself, but if we need a vote on it.
Who feels strongly about removing it? Does that mean most of you favor keeping it? Okay.
I just think we
don't care. Ambivalent. Okay.
I just think we need to, it's not that I have a problem with it being present, but I feel like it's a massive statement, and yet what's there is really small and thin. And I feel like we just need to state that we don't know how to do it more transparently. If we're going to keep it in, develop quantitative measures for adherence to Belmont principles just strikes me as I don't know, that just seems so simplistic, and we don't know what it is.
Could we refer back to bringing together stakeholder groups to help?
Yeah, I mean, that's the argument for leaving it out, right? Is that everything else is built around trying to support just this, right? So I think, and if we want to say that, I have no problem with just saying that, to say that most of the other measures, and maybe the statement is most of the other pieces that might be there are intended to augment just this function. And maybe there are surrogate markers that can be used for that. And to Rakaya's point, right, if justice is specifically left out of regulatory language, specifically an emphasis on understanding metrics by which appropriate adherence to the principle of justice can be assessed is an important priority. I like things like that, but
I like that language.
This feels like we're kind of throwing out a couple little suggestions there without any real substance there. And in this kind of report, I worry that sends the wrong message.
I like both of that language of sort of saying that, because I think above we talk about gaps, and I like that language of saying there's a continued need to develop these tools to address it. And just to go back to something you said, justice is there, it just is not as thoroughly expansive as informed consent in the government rule. So that's sort of why I want it there. But I like your language. And I think, Eric, you were sort of saying something about education. So maybe we could capture that language. Since I didn't say it, I can't repeat it, of what Neil was saying and Eric.
Another thought, perhaps, could we reference like Beecham and Childress or some of the old Al Johnson books and say these ideas are much more fully elaborated?
I worry about that because where we started was that justice was too complicated to try to measure. And so my thoughts are Neil's kind of conversation about whatever you said, and I cannot repeat it, was really good.
You mean when I was saying we needed to have focused attention on developing metrics by which advancement of or insurance of justice is being executed or something like that.
And here are a couple of examples that could be used.
Yeah, I don't think referencing conceptual sort of elaborations of what the principles mean are going to help in this context. And similarly, I think to say that there's some people like the measurability piece where researchers have had some suggestions of some tools and these could be used. It sounds like we're promoting specific tools that I mean, to my knowledge, really this is an important nut that really hasn't been cracked yet. we got to figure it out. So I don't think we want to highlight. I think it's fine to say we don't know how to do this yet, but this is an important priority for future work, right? I mean, that a big part of this statement is a call for understanding how to operationalize this better.
And full disclosure, those are citations to my work.
So yeah.
That's why I would say,
which is great.
Yeah. I like what you're saying. I think we do, though, want to say that people, here are some, they're not the only ones.
Exactly.
And the only reason I say that is because I'm going back to the prior documents of this where it was like, we can't do it. It's too hard.
Right.
And so that's what I'm just trying to counter.
I agree 100%. To present steps that have been taken and approaches that are being developed and implemented is wonderful. Yeah, I agree 100%. Okay. Yeah, I don't want this to be a nihilistic statement that this is too hard, we can't do it. I agree. Absolutely. It's really important.
We also have our own approved statement on applying justice from about a year ago that we can reference here.
True.
Before we leave this section, I don't have any language here, but I guess I've been struck a little bit by quantifying all of this in a quantitative way, measure in a quantitative way, rather than kind of evaluate, including in a qualitative way, especially on these points. It seems to me when you have a study that when it hits the papers, it's like, oh, that was bad, it's usually not. I think something that someone going in and just inspecting an IRB and seeing what they've done or doing quantitative measures could have predicted maybe that that's what would happen. So there's a qualitative aspect, I think, that we don't want to ignore. Not that we know how to do it, but I mean, retrospectively, we evaluate IRB reviews all the time, when things have gone wrong, and it's not just quantitative. So, I wonder, we suggest that the government assess an IRB's adherence to the Belmont principles in a more, it says in a more quantitative way. That's, I guess, what's bothering me, because it's suggesting that that's the only way or the better way. And I'm not sure that's true. So
substantive. Does that do it?
In both a quantitative and qualitative way? Or
What line are you on?
I'm, let's see. Yeah.
Okay.
In both a quantitative and qualitative way. Because you get down to measurability later, and I understand under measurability, you're going to be focusing a little bit more on the quantitative, but this is the prelude.
We're running short on time, so we should keep going, but if we can pick up the pace.
Yeah, all right, let's jump down to IRB member and staff education and assessments and certification. So you would alter that, Eric, how would we do it? Just
like, yeah, that's perfect. And then I can skip down to 234. Oh, no, sorry, it's my 234. It's here, not 238. It says, despite their training, could be overburdened, and I didn't like the way it says, or fail in their role. I didn't like how that sounds. So I said maybe, or face other issues which negatively impact IRB effectiveness despite best intentions. I don't know if that's a little softer. I just don't like that word fail with IRB staff. They're trying the best they can.
okay,
So
yeah. Face other issues. Which
yeah, face other issues which negatively impact IRB effectiveness.
Okay. Okay. Any more on that section?
I don't know if we want to mention this, but so I'm thinking of it. This is for consideration. This is line 246. It reads, educational activities can be measured just like standard education programs. But we also have to recognize that education doesn't necessarily have a causal relationship between completing the education and training and IRB effectiveness. We like to think there is. It's just like research misconduct. We train on research misconduct. We don't know that it actually helps. We like to think it does. I don't know a better alternative, So I said, but there is not conclusive, research which proves a causal relationship between training and IRB effectiveness, or known research. However, I write the standard. More research should be supported in this area to explore it, something like that.
Okay, I'll play with it.
If you wanted to use the language, you could say it's like a surrogate marker.
Yes,
right? I mean,
proxy, surrogate.
I don't know if that's overly technical here, but it's an intermediate step. We just don't know if it translates into results.
Yeah,
I think we do actually make that point somewhere else. Okay. I forget exactly where.
Yeah, it's up above.
Yeah.
This, 231 it used to be.
Yeah, surrogate endpoint.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Do we need to make those changes given line? What's 236 up here now?
No, maybe not. Okay.
Maybe you just want to put not a true measure of outcomes and effectiveness in that sentence. So 236, a true measure of outcomes and effectiveness.
Okay, and now drop the addition below.
Yes.
Okay. All right, moving on to peer review assessments. And I forgot how we modified this one, Eric. Just drop.
Yeah, I mean, I think here's it's okay to name them. I mean, these are the only known ones I know of. Oh, sorry. Go 250, 240. The numbers. 252. It's the number of staff with or equivalent certification or previously obtained certification, or is that too nitpicky? Like I know plenty of very excellent IRB professionals who don't have their CIP. Or they got it and then they're like, I can't afford it anymore. It's $300 a year or whatever it is now. So I thought, I don't want to say it.
My temptation is to leave it as is.
Okay. Yeah, and then the peer review would just make the same edit as we did the other one. Yeah.
I don't remember what it was. We just got rid of this.
I think we stopped right before the or. No, right before it, sorry. It's peer review assessments or quality management systems. Yeah.
I'll make sure I'll check that.
Okay. And then I don't know if we want to make in this paragraph a comment that's a surrogate endpoint also. And then I'd recommend we take out 259 through 268. Just take that whole paragraph out.
Everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then we got to take out the next two.
Yeah, thank you.
Then, is there any reason to mention ISO if we're getting rid of AHRQ?
So the GAO report mentions ISO, right? I think the GAO report mentions it specifically. I don't know. I don't know anyone who uses it, but.
So we've taken out 3 paragraphs, but so that we've made no comment about accreditation.
Nope.
Is that the way we want it?
Or maybe just make it more generic.
I guess we have peer review.
So, sorry, there was a middle paragraph there that started, however.
Yeah.
I didn't suggest deleting that. Keep that.
Okay.
It says, however, sorry, I didn't realize that was that little paragraph thing stuff. So yeah, 259 through 268 would be struck.
Leave the others.
And then keep 269 through 271, but it'll have to be revised. 272. Let me see what we got. Let's just go there. So it says, however, those seeking peer review is voluntary. So it says, however, those seeking peer review.
How about just peer review is?
Yeah, peer review is voluntary and not required by regulation. And we believe only a small percentage of IRBs undergo peer review. And I would soften this a bit. We believe IRBs undergoing peer review would improve the efficacy of or effectiveness of IRBs. We believe IRBs who undergo peer review would improve the effectiveness. Their effectiveness.
Is there any data for that?
No.
So
no, there's not.
Probably the we believe is probably important then.
Yeah, we believe. I mean, in fact, this is where the GAO report was pretty strong. They said there's no relationship between accreditation and effectiveness. So I don't want to contradict that document.
So are we equating accreditation with peer review instead of accreditation including peer review? Does it do anything other than?
I think we are, but I think implicit in your question is an important question, which is, will people know that? In other words, people reading this, will they all recognize that when we say peer review, we're also talking about accreditation programs?
I think people in the field would understand this.
And what I guess I'm maybe a little bit different, which is, does accreditation involve more than peer review? I think so.
Yes,
so I think we're getting all that. We've eliminated all that other stuff that accreditation might involve besides peer review.
Yeah, partly my thinking was because the GAO report said that accreditation was not linked to effectiveness. I didn't want this document to say it is linked to effectiveness. Some people may feel this way, and I think that's a legitimate feeling. But I also think there's an absence of data, and it speaks to why this document is important, is that I think we as a community want to really discover what is effectiveness, like define it, explore it, and it's the best proxy we have. So right now, I think any kind of certification program, whether it be CIP for IRB professionals or accreditation or certification of a program, that's our best proxy for quality. It's the easy actually way to go, but it doesn't mean it is. That's the challenge here, is because the community has not really well defined what quality is. We've struggled with all this time. We're like, oh, well, now that we have a formalized process, now that means, but in the face of, so.
I worry a little bit about not having the word accreditation in here at all, because it looks like we're ignoring it.
We can leave accreditation and not specify that's fine with me. I'd ask that it include certified or accredited to broaden it and be flexible.
Well, I'm not sure. Because what we've basically done is eliminated all the references to accreditation, and I mean, we just talked about how accreditation may include some things beyond peer review. So if we just completely leave it out of here in some way, shape, or form, it looks incomplete. It looks like we just ignored it. We haven't said anything about accreditation. Even if it's as simple as saying the GAO report suggested accreditation is not a surrogate for measuring IRB effectiveness, and therefore we'll make no further comments or whatever it is we're doing. But we do think I assume what we're saying is accreditation may not fly, but peer review may have some value. That's really what we're trying to say here, right?
I think accreditation includes peer review.
Yeah.
I think peer review is broader. It's like a peer review journal, right? Like,
yeah,
it's actually quite similar. It's a higher quality when you have something peer reviewed.
Also some question about the value of that.
Yeah. Fair enough.
What if we say the GAO report, that first line, asks whether peer review should be one of the standards used to assess the effectiveness of IRB, to assess IRB effectiveness, comma, whether through accreditation processes or otherwise, something like that. So we've got the word accreditation in there. And that's the first sentence, so it kind of frames a little bit that section.
Lois, one more time. GAO has asked whether peer review should be a standard. But
I'm sorry. Should be one of the standards used to assess IRB effectiveness, comma, whether through an accreditation process or otherwise.
In order to leave enough time for student I think we'll give this 3 more minutes, and then we may have to come back to it tomorrow, because I want to leave enough time for Stephen to do his thing too. Yep. So are there any, let me just ask, are there any other important changes, big changes you want David to work on in the interim that will save us some time tomorrow? Anything people want to throw in there the last 3 minutes?
To conclusions then, 412, or sorry, just conclusions of the document. So first sentence, the 420 will just need to be updated to mimic the executive summary. That's going to change to say the best, and there'll be 3 bullets. So I'm going to email you, David, the language for that. So just a little note there. And then 425, where it says training programs from OHRP and FDA are essential. From OHRP and FDA. Yeah.
Other agencies?
And sure. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Strong work. And thanks again, David, for all your work and for apparently missing your workout this afternoon.
It was a long shot.
We have time on the agenda where we will come back to this tomorrow and hopefully be able to approve it. We are turning next to our last item for the day, which is a new topic for this committee, which is considerations for uninformative research. And Stephen Rosenfeld has taken the lead on this on behalf of the subcommittee, and is going to take us through that charge. And rather than, we certainly don't have anything at this point that we'll be approving at this meeting, but this is really our opportunity to give the subcommittee feedback on their direction and whether we think they're on the right track or need to redirect, or and if so, how. And then presumably at our next meeting, they'll be able to come back with something that may be closer to something we can approve.
I'll just note while bringing this up, you have no pressure to finalize this today. After the last discussion, I just want to make that clear. So. So it's either 9 or 10. Oh, 11. Oh, that's okay. No, please go ahead. Right. Well, so I apologize you don't have this version. I added the line numbers and put some comments just to guide the discussion in different colors, because I hate using change track. So I hope you've had a chance to look at this. The charge, I think the questions in the charge are fairly straightforward. There's a substantive introduction. There's a substantive introduction on the context, which caused some debate at the subcommittee. So, I wrote this, I wrote the first draft, and I feel that this is important, but there were people on the subcommittee who said, I couldn't even get to the recommendations. I felt like I was reading a bioethics textbook. So I respect that point of view, and I just want to make that explicit. It comes or it goes or stays depending on your preferences. I think that I don't know how to break this up, but I'm basically linking this. I mean, my perspective is that our system was created to ensure trust, ongoing trust of the research apparatus, and that should be the background in how we address these things. And if we systematically allow uninformative research to go forward in this context, to some extent, we're betraying that. I think our system is closed enough that I'm not sure anyone would know, but it still bothers me. So does anyone have comments on this section or the language?
Yes.
I added this.
I do. And
Please.
I do want to say thank you for this and thank you for what you just said, because now I understand some of the language in the front, in the beginning. But I don't know how to capture what you just said in here, particularly because, and I'm trying to, maybe if you could scroll up, because my version doesn't have
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
numbers. So I apologize. I'm trying to find where it is. So 6, the language where it says necessity for the research enterprise in the face of societal outrage.
Yeah.
I might not say that or say some additional language of violating the trust of society, because I wrestle with this tension of some of this came. So let me say it in a broader context. When Tuskegee happened, I don't know that everybody was outraged about Tuskegee, because it was in part based on the belief that Blacks in Willowbrook, right, with children and disabled was problematic. And so when I read that, I think about something different than what you were actually trying to say. But I really want to pull what you just said into the document. I just didn't get it from some of that language.
I can certainly take out the implication here, although it's explicit in the second paragraph that it was the syphilis study.
Yes.
Because my reading of the history, and it was not long before my time, but a little bit before my time, was that, that was the trigger. It was just the other stuff wasn't even known until that hit the New York Times. And after, 40 years, people said, this is what the government's been doing. Yeah. So that's why I characterized it as societal outrage. Yes. And I think that, again, this is my rereading of the history, that put the research and put us on the defensive. We had to do something to show that we were taking measures so that wouldn't happen again. All of the other stuff, the tea room trade was one of those things too. And I look at what's going on with AI, and it's like we forgot. You see everything, or you have research doesn't, but other people have access to everything. So, but I can think about how to make that more general. Are you okay with the explicit calling out of the syphilis study in the second paragraph?
Yes, but so I agree with you, but I think at the time it was happening, I don't know that it would have been outrage. I think it was more about afterwards. And this is why I worry, because sometimes when these things happen, we look back and people say, well, you have to understand during those times, they didn't believe that was unethical. And so that's what I'm worried about, even though we agree, right?
Right. So again, my perspective is that was like that for 40 years. It was coming up. It was not a secret. It was in the government. It was the Public Health Service. It was when it hit the New York Times. So it wasn't, it was a specific event. It just, there were enough people who said we can't let our government do this kind of thing. But that's my retrospective look back. So it's totally fair to question.
Yeah, I think I would. I'm just thinking through lots of this, perhaps because I just came from a discussion about the eugenics movement and other things where these things were accepted. And so what I hear you saying is different, and I think we're on the same page.
So let me see if I can capture what, so I can know how to rewrite it.
Yeah.
So you want it should reflect that society wasn't outraged for a long, long time. I mean, it was the, well, I think I call it a revelation in a second, but there's something that needs to capture the fact that it was the time as well as the activities, because the activities themselves went on not in secret for a long time and no one was outraged.
Yeah, which I think gets to your point about the public's trust, right? That really is what you're trying to capture, is that we trust in the research to actually be trying to accomplish some scientific good or move us forward. And some of these things are not doing that. And that comes to sort of, I mean, that goes beyond what Tuskegee was, but I think what the question you're asking is more about that. And I don't know how to capture that in a way where if somebody can take it out of context or they don't understand it. Like, I really appreciate what you're saying.
Let me think about that. I don't know. I don't have a quick answer, but
I don't either, because I would have told you.
As an MD, my perspective on this is also that, it's medicine too. You're supposed to trust doctors, and it was a government medicine. You're supposed to trust government. So it wasn't just research. It's all sorts of buttons. So let me work on that.
Yes, and I think, sorry, just to add, I think the next sentence too, where it talks about that was otherwise societally acceptable, I think that gets to sort of what you're saying. I'm trying to find it up there, but I cannot. Yep, right there.
So someone on the subcommittee brought this up and said, well, how we don't, Tuskegee was societally acceptable for a long time. But I don't know what other measure to use. I mean, we can talk about morals being sort of absolute, but at a time, it has to be the judgment that, well, particularly when you're talking about societal trust, it has to be today's judgments, and we may have to revisit them. I mean, I hope not, but I don't know how else to. And the purpose of this sentence is to say, I've been on the IRB side for a long time, and all you hear about is burden. And I think a lot of that is true, because there's very little research that actually threatens people. Or even, this is what we talk about all the time, that trespasses their rights, does all these things. But, the vast majority of studies one sees at an IRB or an institution are pretty benign, and they're honest, and there are no issues with them. So I think it's a fair criticism, and we've heard it for years from social behavioral research, that this system we put in place for, in response to these really egregious revelations and behaviors is disproportionately burdensome on a lot of research, but we don't know how to tease it apart. So that was the work that second sentence would be doing. But you're not the only one who took exception to societally acceptable, and I would welcome alternatives.
Yeah, I'm just going to agree with what Rakaya said. And, when I was reading this, I think I understood why you were framing it in this way, but it still didn't address the question around uninformative research.
It doesn't. The first three paragraphs don't.
Yeah. And so I'm wondering, I know this is a work in progress, but in terms of framing this more closely to uninformative research, because I think that Tuskegee gets cited for quite a bit as kind of the birth of bioethics, but really to me it's this question about who was outraged by this. I think as you say, it's a 40-year study, certainly not the scientific community in order to make change, maybe the public, but what was the outrage, and then what was the impact of that? Was it, to me it seems as if the infrastructure around ethical oversight in terms of individual autonomy, that certainly got built out, but in terms of the underlying racism, that certainly wasn't centered. So I guess this question about, who was outraged.
I think, it's extraordinary to look at the research regulations through these contexts as we talk about community now.
Yes.
And look at Tuskegee, because I think that was the precipitant for the regulations. I think it's wrong to call it the birth of bioethics, but it certainly was the impetus for the commission and the regulations, but the regulations are totally individual, which is really problematic, but maybe it doesn't have to do with uninformative research necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
So I could move this. I could either take this out. I mean, if we don't need this framing, or I could tone it down, or I could move it to the end. I mean,
so I feel like there's a sense in which I think a fair criticism of a lot of the research ethics apparatus is that it's scandal driven, and that arguments about ethics tend to start with scandals and then we move from there. I have to say I have a little bit of a reaction that why are we doing this again? Can we just sort of start with this issue about start really directly with the issue that's being addressed about uninformative research and then move from there? It's maybe relevant to pull that in at some point, but I'm a believer in how things are framed at the outset, and I think this is framing it as we have a disaster that's about to happen that we need to avoid the next big problem like the ones that we're recognizing in the past. I don't know if that's necessarily the way the rest of the report is written. And so I guess.
No, you're hearing. So I'm really concerned about public trust in everything right now. So that, and I need my warm up before I start writing something. So that's what you're getting here. I need to, for me to do this, it's not just a question of walking through the regulations and saying, this is what we should do. I have to feel like a reason. You don't have to do that.
Yeah.
And so I can move it to somewhere else or take it out, but that's why it's there. I think that, I think we are in a crisis of trust. And it frustrates me that most people don't even know there's an IRB system. And I think, we're supposed to be talking about trust in science, but you're right. That's not uninformative research. Uninformative research is just a piece of that.
Yeah. I guess my vote would be to start early with what we're really trying to grapple with, which is quite honestly a set of pretty subtle issues, right? We're not, the topic you're addressing is one that has a lot of subtlety, not one that is sort of hit you over the head. And so I guess I would favor. I think acknowledging historical context may be important to develop at some point, but I feel like to start with that does frame the issue in a different way than I think we may want to go.
It's fine.
I mean, the second piece with regard to framing is I would just say in the last paragraph that's there, it talks about the notion that research that's not designed to be informative must be serving a different, I don't think this is, the interesting stuff is not really about research that isn't designed to be informative. Most of it's about probability of being informative rather than being designed. Like, I don't think most of the topic of this is really about things that are fundamentally not designed to be informative. It's about things that are designed in ways that make them less likely to be informative.
So I don't know that I agree.
Okay.
But we can talk about that. I look at COVID, right? This is why. So the subcommittee was asked to suggest topics. That's how this came up.
Yeah.
And to me, one of the lessons from COVID, and I know this needs citations, but one of the things that came out of COVID was the large majority of COVID studies were useless, and were useless on their face, not because they tested things that didn't work. And we should never,
because they were designed in ways that were unlikely to achieve valuable data, right? It wasn't that somebody said, I'm going to design this for some purpose other than research. It's that they just didn't do it well.
Well, maybe.
It never had a shot.
You're less cynical. There was a lot of money, and everybody wanted to be doing something for the pandemic. That doesn't necessarily, those are not necessarily bad. Well, the second one is not necessarily a bad motive, and nor is funding for your institution, but it's not knowledge. I think there was a lot of pressure to get on board with that. But anyway, so.
I just think my own view is the framing as things that are not designed to produce knowledge, like that's just not, nobody would say, I'm doing something that's not designed to produce knowledge. I'm going to put it to I'm going to go to my IRB.
You're right. I think we do get research later, which I think are different. But yeah, this is a particularly cynical take. So let me revisit this, and I'll certainly tone it down. And
so I just wanted to revisit our conversation from before lunch when Neil said, sort of what's the purpose of research? So we know in the regs, the purpose of research is to create generalizable knowledge. But we just had this conversation earlier about there might be another reason to do research, or at least to include people in research, and that's to have them feel a part of, the system, to buy into the research, to not feel excluded, or even to find, perhaps safety findings that we would not have otherwise found, et cetera. So, you could say this is a very small trial, it's not powered appropriately to find efficacy at all, but maybe we should do it anyway because it could be hypothesis generating, or it could turn up some safety events or something. So I think there's a question of, who decides what's a good reason to do research? And then the question of, I think I just lost my other one. Is generalizable knowledge the only reason why we would permit someone to do research? And then there was another one that I've forgotten, so I'll come back to me in a minute.
So, I don't know how to respond to that because there's a lot of research that goes on that's not meant. I mean, there's the whole commercial sector of research, which can use exactly the same techniques, is not under our oversight, and is not designed. And so I think what separates the things that we have jurisdiction over is what's captured in that regulatory definition. It's supposed to be a societal good and generate knowledge. I think if you call everything research that basically attempts to learn something from people for whatever reason, it just is, a lot of that is uninformative. We don't care. We don't, I don't know what to do with that. I think you're right. I think, there is a justice discussion. Maybe we should go to the recommendations. Because some of these things do come up in the recommendations. Mm-hmm. I'm loath to not restrict to the regulatory definition of research, just because I don't know where the boundaries would be then.
Can I jump in? I wanted to sort of add to your discussion with Neil of saying, yes, I understand what you're saying about the context of sometimes the design is not, of some research is not to contribute to the knowledge. And I think the earlier, I'm thinking about earlier discussions, particularly with the LGBTQIA, discussion of the use of research to discriminate or to further perpetuate misguided views. And so I do like your context of talking about in the initial component about informative, but I like Neil's discussion of making it broader, right? That it is all of these things. Because I hear what you're saying, I hear what Neil is saying, and I also think there are some research projects that are designed in a way that is not informing generalizable knowledge. And so, right, the continued study of trying to connect race and violence together, to me, that is uninformative, or the continued research on racist biology or other things that we know have been disproven over and over again, but we keep designing research to formulate that. So I know that's what you're getting to. So I think even as statements in the beginning that goes through broadness, but doesn't do it in a way that's sort of saying, oh, here are all the bad things. So I was just putting together everything that both of you were saying.
I hope that we sort of start to address some of those things, although I don't explicitly. It gets back to the societally acceptable thing.
Yes. Yeah.
And I don't know what to do with that. But one hopes if the perspective of the IRB and the HRPPP apparatus embodies those social issues, we're not going to be able to do anything about it. I mean, rightly or wrongly.
I just wanted to make my last comment now that it has returned to my head. Sort of in response to what Neil was saying, obviously, some people submit to the IRB uninformative protocols.
Right.
But what I see far more often is a protocol that might have been perfectly fine, but is not meeting its accrual sort of deadlines. And you can tell halfway through that this study is never going to be completed or never going to be completed in a way that you're going to be able to get informative results from. And where I see that is DSMBs, data safety monitoring boards. So, you might also want to include data safety monitoring boards in this discussion and saying, at what point do they really have an ethical obligation to end a trial on ethical grounds as opposed to just safety grounds?
So I don't know maybe we should go to the responses, because there is a response where we explicitly say, in one of the issues with DSMB, particularly in commercial research, is they respond to the sponsor. And the sponsor can say, well, I don't want to give you the DSMB report. That's nonsense. So that's one of the recommendations, is that the IRB have access and be able to act on those DSMB reports. I think actually the IRB is probably, if that was the way it worked, it would be on the IRB then to take that data and stop the trial, not the DSMB, which I actually think is cleaner. But I didn't go to that level of detail.
Stephen, a question for you maybe. I'm thinking about the practical. I feel like I asked a version of this question before, so I'll try not to ask it the same way. I think there's a practical challenge here where, at least in the IRBs that are within academic institutions, these researchers, the faculty or the members of the IRB who are affiliated with the institutions, don't want to say no to their own peers. And if you're at a commercial IRB, you don't want to say no to your client. If you
read my article?
Yes, but I didn't mean to plagiarize from it. So I'm just wondering how you incorporate that into your responses, where I can see, and just to give COVID as the example you gave, COVID was a pandemic. We were desperate. I think a lot of deference was given to any investigator submitting a protocol because we didn't know what was going to happen, whether it was a long shot or not. We were so desperate. So I don't know how common this is that we're seeing on, I'll say, greater than minimal risk research that is not great research in the practical sense. I don't know what that number looks like.
So let's just go to we're going to come back and talk about this more. Let me just skip the whole regulatory context thing, because that sets this up, like why we should worry about uninformative. I want to set it up as an ethical problem, not so it doesn't become another set of checkboxes that the IRB has to go through. So that's part of my motivation for this, because otherwise, another thing that came up actually was the same person who didn't want to read the bioethics textbook. Their comment was, just give me a list of the recommendations. But I know it was a person in an institution, that list would become another set of checkboxes. And that's not how I'd like to work. So, but in the version that is on the screen, which we can distribute, I put the recommendations in bolded green within the comments. So let's just skip to the actual charge and the response, and I'll bring you a different preamble. I'll either move most of it to the end or just shorten it. It'll be different next time. So the first part of the charge was, what level of rigor, completeness, and accuracy should the IRB require or expect an investigator or sponsor to provide when assessing the importance of knowledge, that piece of the 111 criteria. And Eric, to your comment, I think you mentioned there's a practical issue. This is all a practical issue. So the reality is, in all of these, the IRB reviews what's presented to them. I asked for a landscape analysis. No investigator is going to submit a set of references and a landscape analysis that doesn't support what they're going to do. The IRB doesn't have the resources for everything that's brought to it to go do its own. So, I think we have to that's just the reality, and it's not going to change. Even if you said, we should double our IRB budgets, it's just not the job of the IRB. And we'll get to that at the very end. Thanks to Linda, I added a paragraph about a different approach to this. But for the moment, we're with IRBs. So I think, the role of the IRB is to, if anything makes them uncomfortable, is to feel free to question it. And this gets to the IRB has to not do what you just described. I mean, we have to figure out a way to make the IRB feel independent enough of the institution that just because it's coming from your peer doesn't mean you don't challenge it. And I don't have an answer to that. But without that, I don't think we can meaningfully, I was going to use the word police, but I hate to use that word. We can't solve this. The IRB has to feel enough independence. And this goes to all of you who sit in institutions. You have to give your IRBs that independence to be able to question and ask for more. For things like this. We heard this morning about IRB delays and other things caused by lack of understanding of the context and all. That's not what we're talking about here. This is science. And there are methodologies that we should know. There are disciplines that we should be familiar with. We should be able to ask for data. So I'm not going to read all and I invite anyone to send me, textual comments if you want. I forget how this all works and whether that's allowed, but just do it anyway. So I tried to put my actual recommendations in green. The IRBs should expect sponsors or investigators to provide a summary of relevant literature, typically as citations within the protocol, and a summary of ongoing research in the same area, a landscape analysis. And I didn't put this in, but I think that maybe it requires saying, because I've seen a lot of protocols where the people think they do this, but they're so heads down in their field. For an IRB review to be meaningful, the research can not only be understood by one person on the panel. That's not a committee review. It has to be described clearly enough so that you can actually discuss it. Now, whether that happens or not, I think is institutionally dependent, and I didn't put that in, but perhaps I should. I mean, I think that protocols should be written so that, we talk about community members on IRBs. I'm sorry if I get a bit overwrought because this stuff really pisses me off. But I mean, I think it's the presenter at the IRB or the investigator who has the responsibility. They're talking about human subject protections. They're not talking about peer review. It's their responsibility to explain it in a way that other people can understand it. And if they can't do that, they should use ChatGPT. Just not serious. But anyway, so that's kind of behind this too.
Can I jump in? I like your suggestion. I wonder, do we want to strengthen it? And this might be just too broad to add some language, right? Where you say to provide a summary of relevant literature, including things that not undercut, but that challenge it and provide a reasoning for doing it.
Yeah.
Right. And so just adding that, I think, helps sort of what you and Eric were talking about, in the fact that are people actually going to go against a researcher? They may be more likely if there's more information that they could use to really understand what the research sort of landscape is.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, the problem with, I agree with you. That's what I would like to see. It's the practical issue again. I mean, none of us can know everything that's out there. But, we used to, when I was an IRB chair. No, I mean, one of the things that we always did, I went up to now up to date, that clinical compendium, just to check whether the standard of care that was described here was sort of past the sniff test. And I would often look at clinicaltrials.gov to see what else was out there. It's not hard. But again, it takes time. It's not part of our routine. So I don't know.
Stephen, I'd like to add something here for consideration, and I don't know how strongly I feel about it. But what occurred to me is that the landscape analysis also include recognition of past limited representation by certain groups. So that, I mean, because one of the problems is research building upon research that that was never representative because certain people were left out.
So,
and
yeah.
and I know, and that could tie in. I know you've got another section, but it seems to me that if we want researchers to be really careful about looking at that issue, one of the ways to require that, I mean, is to present that to the IRB, and they. That's just a thought.
Yeah, I think, you know, there was also a discussion. So one of the things that came up, we started to talk about justice at the subcommittee because someone raised the issue, and I think I tried to dance around it in one of these questions that, you know, we were talking about feasibility and enrollment goals. And this was from a significant institution, and they said, you know, they're the institutional mandates to do all this stuff, so people write it into their protocols. And we look at these, and, you know, we're skeptical, and then they don't meet them, and, you know, it's, and so I won't justify that. I think it's an open question for you, whether that's what to do with that in the context of uninformative research. I mean, that's clearly a justice and access. There are all sorts of issues, and I was the primary author on the justice piece. So, you know, I know about that. I don't know, you know, informative research has been framed in the past as value, you know, scientific value and validity. And you could argue, if you use the context, the research definition from the regulations, it's not necessarily true that research that doesn't fulfill its, you know, diverse inclusion or access goals is uninformative. I mean, they're intersecting, but they're not the same. So I want to make sure we recognize that, because I think uninformative in a scientific sense deserves its own discussion. On the other hand, we can't ignore the fact that there's this whole other piece that is informative in a different sense. So, yeah.
That's the fourth section of this, right?
Yeah,
I mean, there's a
yeah.
dedicated section that's specifically getting at these issues. So, I mean, I think it's probably best to focus.
Yes,
there.
but this is a little bit different issue, and I'm not saying I'm feeling
Yeah.
strongly about it, but this is about talking about the past research that's being used to justify the current research.
So,
and you know, we don't want uninformative research on top of uninformative research. So I'm just, since it seemed like it would be a simple thing to add, should researchers be doing that, providing that information as well for their landscape analysis to be complete?
So I think that's probably too much to be a routine ask, because that data is not always easy to find. But it's certainly relevant for certain areas of research, and it should be part of that. So I'll try to put some, I mean, like the things we talked about this morning, or there's so much stuff that we did badly in the past, and you shouldn't base future research on things that you now recognize are deeply flawed, and you could just throw them in and anyway. But so I think that's appropriate, and let me think about how to place it, because I think it's more than, if that's the right way to put it, it's more than a justice issue. It's also a scientific issue. I mean, there's a lot of precedent that just turned out to be wrong. And if you wanted to build a landscape analysis to support, you could build it to support anything you wanted. But you certainly don't want research. Well, it gets into the societally acceptable again. It's really difficult. Eric.
Yeah, Stephen, you may have already covered this and I missed it. Are you stratifying this the standard based on risk level of the study?
We get to that.
Okay.
Because that's a big piece.
Yeah. Okay.
And I would really want to hear what you guys think about that, because I have strong feelings about that. But that's the answer to the first one. It's basically that we should get the past data. We should get a rational justification. I think I may add something about that justification should be written in a way that is accessible to members of the IRB. You shouldn't have to rely on your peers in training or your peers in your institution to be the only ones who feel like they can say anything about the research. I think that's a mistake, and undermines the whole idea of a committee. We endorse seeking the opinions of others in the field. And we also talk about the need to update sort of the current status of the research in general at your continuing reviews. I mean, if there's another center that's completed a study that answers the question and you're still enrolling people and putting them at risk, that's hard to justify. So the second, I'm going to just move on in the interest of time. The second was, how should IRBs assess study design to decide that such knowledge may reasonably be expected to result from research? So what was the first? None of these are really separable from one another, so I always get confused. So this is really about not the importance of the question, but the validity of the design. So if you're using the value validity framework, this is the validity piece. And I think that it's about, you have to have the expertise on the board, and you have to have people, you need so I apologize for my bias towards biomedical research, which will run throughout this, but you need a statistical plan, and you need to understand the research methods. I think this is the problem we're facing with AI, is that IRBs don't feel like other things, like all new technologies, it's been overhyped and is intimidating and is probably not nearly as hard as people think, but people don't feel they have comfort or expertise to question. So, and this gets, and I use also the example from COVID. I also published a paper with Deborah Zarin looking at, in the middle of the pandemic, looking at studies on clinicaltrials.gov, all of which were using composite measures, and everybody was using something different. So the studies, of course, were all going to be too small, and they didn't have things that you could combine in the meta-analysis. They all had different endpoints, and it was ridiculous. That was something we could have prevented. So this is where I talk, and you can tell me if you think this is inappropriate. This is where I did talk about marketing trials. The two examples I gave of things that, broad things that were poorly designed were the COVID trials. And I did say, although such failure of the IRB may be understandable in the context of a pandemic, and then marketing trials. And when I was at Quorum, we used to see those all the time. They were just designed to get your interaction out, and that's probably what I had in mind when I said research designed for other purposes.
I have one really minor comment. The statement about that, right? It's on 123 there. Not up to the IRB to design or improve methodology, but only to identify research that finds it unlikely to achieve the stated goals. I guess it's hard for me to fully embrace that notion when I agree, right, that you're not part of the design team, but to the extent that there are ethical trade-offs from a participant perspective, if there are ways that are obvious that would increase the value of the knowledge, then that changes the ethical assessment of the study. And I guess
right. And it
struck me as maybe the best thing is just not have that there, just so you don't come down to, we don't want to be too far on the side of saying we can't engage in a discussion about the ethical impact of methods on human subjects.
I think you're right. I mean, what I was responding to there was something that I used to think was common, but I haven't been in the institution in a long time, where, it would take 6 months because the IRB kept having little things to make it better.
We think you should add this piece and
We're not about subject protection, but let me take that out. And then this last thing, I mean, I don't even know if this needs saying, but I think this gets to Eric's point about, conflicts, institutional conflicts, peer conflicts. The IRB has to, I mean, it's kind of silly to have it as a suggestion, but for those of you who actually administer IRBs or have responsibility for the IRB, yes, they're keeping you compliant, they're maintaining your AHRP accreditation, they're doing all of that stuff, but this is their purpose, and they need to remember that. I mean, one of the issues, you were lucky I wasn't at the table when you were talking about the GAO report, so I'll spare you that. But one of my issues is that none of that stuff actually talked about what happened at the committee. which is what IRBs are supposed to be. They're a committee that it's not the HRPPP, it's not the checklist, it's not the rules, it's not the staff. It's the people who sit around talking about the research. We tolerate a lot and we put the burden on our staff, but it's the IRB that's supposed to be in charge of quality. Anyway, so if you want me to, I'll take this out. This is just a passion of mine.
I mean, on this point, I've said this before that they aren't called, for better or for worse, they are not called independent review boards for a reason. I think that there's acknowledgement that, and a thought at the time that they wanted the institution to review the research and have some kind of ownership or accountability to the research. And now, to my other question though, it's like I think if a study is being conducted by a grad student or it's minimal risk, there's a lot of latitude given with the benefit of the doubt. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that's what this was about. I thought it was about Gary. So
yeah, I think you're right. I would say it was a mistake to call them institutional review boards. And the National Academy's thing from 2003, research, they should be research ethics boards. And I think it was a mistake to put them in institutions, but that's my bias. So I can, if people want me to, I can take this out. But for now, I'll leave it in. We'll discuss it next time. So feasibility, this gets to the issue of enrollment. And actually, I thought this was one of the first substantive recommendations. So SACHRP suggests that the Secretary consider adding explicit investigator and sponsor responsibilities for research conduct to the common rule. So when I would love to hear from the FDA perspective, but one of the big differences between the common rule and the FDA, and you look at NIH multi-center studies and they're not that different, is that it's the responsibility of the sponsor, and we look at investigator credentials all as part of the IRB. The sponsor has to monitor sites. The IRB, there's no way, particularly in the single IRB world, that an institutional IRB can do what a sponsor does under an FDA trial, even if it's exactly the same intervention. And so, the IRB is the one that's held to that, but they don't have the tools and they don't have the resources. There should be someone. We should be able to call out investigators. It's one thing to cite the IRB if something happens or there was a lack of oversight, but harms actually happen at the sites. I mean, you can approve all the protocols you want that can be ethical. It's where people get, assuming you're not really bad at your job, where people get hurt is things that happen at the sites. And so, and this is, I remember when we talked about the ANPRM and the NPRM, there's always the discussion of adding investigator qualifications to the regulations. And, while the FDA doesn't add explicit qualifications, it does give that responsibility to someone. And I think that that's something that OHRP should consider. Thoughts?
One thing I was going to say about feasibility is, and I don't want to just talk to my institution, but feasibility is often done by the site before anything even comes to our IRB. Right. And also the scientific rigor or whatever is also looked at by the department head. So I'm not saying that an IRB cannot still question these things, but the feasibility has already been determined.
So, I mean, that's absolutely right. It's not as formal as it is with the FDA. And yet there's data, and I think it's data about FDA trials, but maybe off clinicaltrials.gov, that, something like 50% of trials, I think it's higher than that, don't meet their accrual goals. So whose fault is that? I mean, is there some way to stop that from happening that we can look at the beginning? I guess that's what I'm getting to, either by finding some accountability mechanism. There's no way the IRB can do it. Well, the IRB is going to be told by that site that we can do this. This is our population. We can do this. And then we see they come back for continuing review, and we'll get to that. They're not doing it. And is there any way we can either sort of accept that, or we can think of ways maybe to move responsibilities around so there's someone who's accountable for that in the future?
But I know a lot of sites, they are approached by sponsors, and this is what they tell us anyway, that they're not making money off this research. So it is it is a commitment for them to allow themselves to be a site for studies. I mean, they obviously think they have the enrollment capabilities and such because they're not making money. So why would a site put forth research that they clearly don't think they're going to have the numbers for?
So I'm going to think this is another place where I'm a lot more cynical than you.
Okay.
So I think, there's a lot of reasons. I think that making money directly, they may be able to demonstrate that, I suspect, but there's reputation, there's future investments, there's all sorts of, there's the careers, there's consulting as an expert for the company, there's all sorts of reasons people do it. If it was a rare thing, I don't think we would need to be concerned about it, but it happens a lot. And maybe we can't do anything about it. So I'm just thinking maybe there are ways to. Neil.
I think a lot of people are just hopeful, right? I mean, you put together a plan and you think you can make it work, and it turns out it's a whole lot more complicated. I have a good friend who says writing grants is easy. It's what you do after you get them that's hard, and that's true, right? I mean, it's the same thing with a proposal you're putting forth to the IRB. You have a well worked out plan. Turns out often, when you get going, it's a lot harder. So it's not always, it has to be fixed. It's a big problem on all sorts of levels, but I agree. I don't know that the IRB is really the way to help navigate this problem. It's a big challenge, but it strikes me as that's.
So do you know the quote from one of the Sherlock Holmes novels? So Holmes was talking to Watson about the difference between a pessimist and an optimist, which I think fits very well here. So the good thing about being always pessimistic is you're happy when you're wrong.
That's right.
Yeah. So
Stephen, in this section, when you're talking about the secretary considering this, adding these responsibilities, and then later in the next paragraph, IRB should receive such reports along the way, right, and be authorized to act on their recommendations.
Right.
Are you, is this document suggesting new regulations, or a different mechanism by which these requirements and authorizations
The
would?
first one, I think, would require regulatory change. And do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I think I was just wanted to suggest that some consideration be given to, I think, Stephen, you mentioned FDA's regulations, and we do have decades-old regulations speaking to sponsor responsibilities, investigator responsibilities, and the potential for, in our IND and IDE regulations, and the potential for that to be confusing and potentially, add burden versus solving a challenge. I'm trying to understand kind of how another set of regulations might improve things. So
the FDA has the authority under those regulations to actually cite the people who don't do what they say they're going to do. And OHRP can cite the IRB, but really the IRB has nothing to do with this. And there's no, I guess you don't publish or something, I don't know, or you publish something with less power, but there's nothing really, there's no accountability for overpromising. So that's not to say, the IND and the reporting requirement, they're clearly a burden at a different level than people face under the common rule. But I'm not sure that their intent is wrong. I think accountability should lie with the people who have control, not with people who have oversight. So the next thing, Lois, about the IRB should receive, that's the DSMB piece. So safety monitoring committee reports are often framed as recommendations to research sponsors, but IRBs should receive such reports and should be authorized to act on their recommendations. I don't know. I think that could be guidance. I don't know that would need regulatory change. I think if it was guidance, people would follow it. And it's not like you have to establish the DSMBs, they're there. I don't know how much of a problem this is in common rule versus FDA research. Most of the examples I can think of in this where the sponsor won't, will only relate the summary or will only tell you they had no suggestions. Most of those are industry sponsored. And then I think the next thing is sort of non-controversial. Should the progress of the research reveal that enrollment goals were unrealistic, and this is to Allison's point, the IRB should ask for an updated plan that provides for, justification for continuing the study, or should explore orderly termination. If you're not going to be able to meet your goals, you don't keep going unless you can argue why that's of value.
So I absolutely agree with that. I've never had that happen. Even when the DSMB has sent a report to the IRB saying, we see no future for this study.
Well, so maybe we need some guidance.
The study stopped by the DSMB in that case, right?
Well, the DSMB doesn't have any authority. The DSMB is advisory to the sponsor. I mean, that's one of those FDA things where I think it's a liability issue. So the sponsor would be really stupid not to stop a study if people might get harmed. But I don't think there's any.
Ultimately, it's a sponsor.
So 4 was, how should an IRB evaluate study design with respect to generalized? So this is the justice one. With respect to generalizability, subgroup analysis, equity of selection, opportunity to participate. Are such considerations part of an assessment of whether research is informative, or should they fall under a different set of IRB responsibilities? And the whole discussion of justice is a bit fraught, because until relatively recently, every time we talked about inclusion, it was framed as a scientific question. That you can't generalize, you don't have enough people, you can't, you're not including them, so you can't say anything. And I agree with what Neil said earlier. I think it was Neil, that, there's a moral and societal aspect to inclusiveness and access that is not a scientific question necessarily. There could be circumstances where there are no differences between those groups, and that, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't make an effort to have it as open as possible. So this is where I discussed that sort of complicated intersection. And again, this is in the explicit context that was raised in the subcommittee of protocols trying to meet institutionally mandated goals or directives, and overpromising their ability to enroll underserved communities. And it was brought to the subcommittee from the perspective of someone who saw this. So recognized it when they came to the IRB, but didn't necessarily have the data to challenge it. But I think so from an IRB ethics perspective, that's not acceptable. You just shouldn't be putting something in there that if you can't do it. Or you could see this through Neil's lens, which is they're hoping they can do it. And then that becomes, how hard are they really going to try? So I think if you're going to do that, there should be a plan. It should be, well, you won't know. There's no way the IRB is going to know when it reviews the protocol the first time, unless it's so obvious because your community and your population, and then you should obviously push back. But it's much more likely that just like the other recruitment failures, enrollment failures, that you would begin to see this at continuing reviews. And I think it's a little bit subtler now because you're not going to stop the trial. In addition to, so first of all, there's this issue of informativeness. So the trial may still be able to draw some conclusions. There are people who've contributed to the trial already and put themselves at risk, and you would be disrespecting their contributions if you stop the trial. So it's a much more complicated issue, but you can't hand wave past it either. So so the idea is in the recommendations, IRB should encourage investigators, sponsors to set more realistic targets. So I also want to recognize that when a study is designed, all studies cannot power all subgroup analyses. I mean, we just have to accept that, or the cost of research and the availability of participants would be impossible. So, but I think if you're studying an intervention, you need to have in mind how you're going to get that. So this study's successful. What's the next step? How are you going to answer some of these questions as you go forward? I think that has to be explicit. Because particularly when you're studying an intervention, it's part of a whole, nothing stands alone. So I just think that needs to be addressed with the recognition that it should not be expected that every study do it fully, because it's not possible. And again, I wanted to talk about, I've really learned that I just live a bias towards biomedical research. I mean, that's just where I was trained and how I think. But these issues come up, and in this particular issue is probably even worse in social behavioral because it drives policy, and it's much more sensitive to lived experience. But I'm not nearly as comfortable with the methods and such. Whether it's, concept saturation. There are a bunch of methods that are used to assess whether qualitative research is sound. And I can't describe them enough to put them in here. If someone has language that they want me to put in, please send it to me. But I think, I don't want this only to be, I think actually the issue of uninformative research as an ethical problem, not a question of harms, but as an ethical problem, is probably bigger in social behavioral research than it is in biomedical research. So that's the paragraph that it states that. And then
the easy change is to replace behavioral and social science with qualitative, because a lot of behavioral and social science research is highly quantitative.
No, you're right.
But you're really talking about qualitative studies where.
I'm just highlighting them. I'm not going to try to type while I talk. This mouse also works backwards, so if you see me go up when I should be going down, I apologize. I'm a Mac user. So this is the business about continuing reviews. So again, it may not be egregious enough to have people stop the study, because there are all sorts of issues once the study is underway and people have participated. But that doesn't mean you can ignore it. And there should be a response and a plan in response to not meeting subgroup enrollment goals. And this is sort of, I don't know what you think of this, but if you fail to meet your goals and you're reporting your results on clinicaltrials.gov, which already puts you in the minority, you shouldn't be punished for it. You should maybe disclose if there are limitations in the generalizability based on your inability to recruit subgroups. Or even if that was an intended limitation of the study. I'm not aware that I've seen that on clinicaltrials.gov. But it's interesting to think about a required section, which is applicability once the results are posted. So I don't know what people think about that. Oh, I got it right. So 5, I think 5 is actually really interesting. So are there special cases where the benefits to society are significant if remote and not directly related to the outcome of the specific study that warrant special consideration? For example, student research, where the primary goal may be to teach research design as an investment in future knowledge, or underpowered or unfeasible trials that may make valuable contributions to later meta-analysis. And I mean, there's a lot of this. There's probably more of these things than there is of any of the classic interventional trials. I think, what came up, this also gets to the issue of minimal risk. So is this where I talk about the slippery slope? Maybe so. I mean, there is, or that may be above, but we have this cutoff in the regulations where if you meet the criteria for minimal risk, which are not objective, it's daily life, It's, it's whose daily life. There are all sorts of issues with them. But if you meet those criteria, first of all, you get expedited review. And in many cases, you get exemption, which means depending on institutional policy, none of this stuff applies. So that's a huge, now, I think it's probably true that any research that arguably meets those criteria is a lot lower risk than other things. But if you're talking about an ethical, so this is where my ethical and trust perspective comes in. If you're talking about those things, it's still not right to get people to sign a consent form that says they're going to do research to answer this question when when it's not well designed. And that actually came up in the subcommittee too. I mean, people who are on IRBs, say, look, our resources are limited. We put our resources to high risk trials. If it's expedited, or we don't spend a lot of time looking at study quality, and certainly for student research, if no one's going to be hurt, and maybe that's the position you want to take. I have a problem with that because I'm coming at this through the lens of trust. And I think, that's in a sense, it's exploiting people because you're telling them something that's not true in the consent form in order to get them to sign up for your research study. I think to say that this doesn't pose risk and this is its goal, but it's a student research project, and so may not be perfect, I think that's fine to tell people. I've heard people say, but then we can't recruit. We'll have recruitment problems. But I got to tell you, that's like saying we can't give you a waiver of consent because people might say no. Or I want a waiver of consent because people might say no. I mean, to me, that just... but I recognize my bias in this. And if you guys feel differently, it's your document. So the basic recommendation for educational research was not to change what we're doing, but to be honest in the consent form. I don't think there should be any downside to saying you're a student.
The only thing is, I think it's really challenging to draw those lines. Like I have students sometimes, just give my own personal example. There's sometimes students that might conceive of a project they're working with me. I have to, within our institution, anything that goes in has to go in under a faculty member as PI. I'm involved in the study. It's not like it's real, so there's different layers of involvement, different levels of involvement. It's not entirely, I like to think if we're doing things, especially if the student's working with me and they're going to have human subjects contact, it's important that it has that it's a well-designed study. That's part of the value of the education, of the experience for them. But I do think we have to be a little careful about just recommending sort of disclosure. This is a student research project when those lines are not clear.
I think that's fair. So what I would say is that if you lower the bar because it's a student research project, I mean, again, it's an optimist pessimist thing. I have seen so many things where, it's not the IRB's responsibility to make sure it's good science. It's the mentor or the instructor, but there are a lot of people who don't do it. I mean, who they just set their students off, go do this, and they never look at it again because they know the IRB is going to consider it expedited or exempt.
Yeah, my question was more of an operational question rather than a conceptual disagreement. It's just hard to know where.
I think if it's a sound study, you can do, then there's not, as long as you're being honest in the consent, that's what it comes down to. And then the small trial, again, that, I see that in the context of COVID. If they had been designed appropriately, we could have learned a lot from all of the underpowered trials. So it's not that that's a bad thing in itself. We had millions of people across the country being treated. They couldn't all be entered in one trial. But there were some efforts. I'm generalizing because I think of all the bad ones. Neil can summarize the good ones for us after the meeting. But I think it's just such a waste. And it could have been so different. And I know there were attempts to have frameworks for, platform trials and things like that, but most of the trials didn't use them. So, I think, again, I don't want to revisit COVID research. I think there are a lot of reasons people were in a rush to get those things out. There was huge pressure. There was desire to have an impact on the pandemic. There were all sorts of things. Their IRBs didn't want to get in the way. So it's not a criticism particularly, but I think that of those, but I think we should learn from them. And I think we should hold smaller trials to using standard measures and other things that allow them to be part of a greater whole. And I think if you're enrolling someone, particularly in an interventional trial that you know will not answer the question, but that will provide, because you have access to 10 people and it's a rare disease and the rest, you know, there are 50 people who live in Europe and, you know, they're informing, it's almost like natural history. Just tell people what you're doing. That's all. Don't promise them that, you know, I'm thinking of COVID examples and I'll spare you, but, you know, don't pretend there's something they're not. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay. So that's what that recommendation is about. And then 6, should a requirement for assuring research is informative be limited to research funded by HHS or other common rule agencies? Well, you know, we could ask that question about many, many things. From an ethical perspective and a scientific perspective, obviously not. There's no reason it should be. But I think that this gets back to, I think it was Allison's point about the scope of research. You know, there's so much that goes on that's unregulated. And what I came down with is not even a recommendation here, but it's just that, you know, people who are doing research, the thing that comes up all the time is computer scientists. You hear with AI research, well, they're just not trained in this stuff. That's not how they think of it. It's data, not people. Well, they should be trained in it. I mean, we should, anybody who's using something related to human subjects should be trained in the principles of the Belmont Report. And you know, we have no authority, so it's not a recommendation. But I think it's ultimately a question of empathy and respect, and you shouldn't be using other people. So the only thing in the limited time I have left, and in here, this is some of the red in the text is just language clarifications. This last paragraph, though, I wanted to remark on. So I think the answer to a lot of these problems is that the perspective of the participant perspective, the perspective of participant protections, the perspective of honesty with participants, should be built in to research from the beginning, and not something that the IRB imposes at the, you know, after it's passed every other gatekeeper as an oversight mechanism. That just doesn't make any sense. And there are a number of institutions that have started to try to incorporate this perspective earlier in their research design. And I think that's great. And while there are no models, I think there are no, and please, anyone contradict me if I'm wrong, I don't think there are good published models for that. And I think it's something we need to figure out how to do. But I think that's an active research agenda that we should endorse, that you should endorse. Of course, since we can't measure effectiveness. I was thinking we'd have them all AHRP accredited. Anyway, so that's all. So my takeaways are to refine some of the language, shorten the preamble, and maybe move it to the end just to provide some context as opposed to being the setup. And then get that to the subcommittees who will work on it for months and then get it back to you.
Thanks, Stephen. Appreciate the work. All right, we have, I understand, 2 public comments, I believe.
So the first person signed up was AHRP? Yes. You're AHRP. Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, everybody.
Is that on? If you want to, feel free to sit here. I will remove the tent card. No, you have to press.
My name is Lee Summers. I'm the president and CEO of AHRP. And I was quietly sitting in the back row enjoying my day, and I really enjoyed the presentations. And so I just wanted to share some thoughts from AHRP's perspective. By my count, all but 2 of the organizations represented in this room here today are AHRP accredited and or have an individual or have had an individual on AHRP's board of directors. And I worked at OHRP for 15 years. So I'm delighted to be here among my friends and colleagues. You won't be shocked to hear that I have a handful of comments about the SACHRP response to the GAO report. First, I want to thank David Forster and the Subcommittee on Harmonization for their thoughtful response to the report, as well as, not surprisingly, their attempted shout-outs to AHRP. Second, for the record, the subcommittee's historical reference to respectively AHRP and CIP constituting the initial non-governmental response to the research shutdowns of the late 90s and early aughts was and is accurate. Those are the 2 things that really sprung directly from that. Third, in terms of the actual recommendations as opposed to the historical section, while nothing pleases me more than explicit shout-outs to AHRP, I also understand completely and appreciate Professor Yerby's request for more generic recommendations within the document that SACHRP ultimately signs off on. I also want to thank Eric for highlighting the importance of peer review evaluation of IRBs, because that is precisely what AHRP does. In AHRP's view, peer review of HRPPs, Human Research Protections Programs, that is IRBs plus, is an integral, indispensable bedrock component of our accreditation. And so I invite you all to check out our website. There's a lot more material about that on our website. Finally, per the chair's comment, if AHRP ceases to exist in 5 to 10 years, Julie, I'll be coming back to you for my old job. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, and the second comment, I'm sorry, I don't have your name. It's USAID. So I will introduce you as USAID.
Hi, good morning, afternoon. My name is Virginia Lamprecht. I'm from USAID, and I had just a couple of small edits to the document on the GAO's Office Institutional Review Board document. So I would just suggest on line 25, just making it plural, charges to, and then on 35, to make it clear that they're charges as opposed to categories, just to make sure that it's clear that those are the 3 charges that you're responding to. And a little bit of line 105 versus 127, I would just suggest making the language the same. I wasn't sure if it was effectiveness or standards effectiveness, just making those consistent. Those are my comments. Thank you. And 127, so it says charges 1 and 3 combined. It says possible standards, where it's mainly talking about effectiveness in the first paragraph. So it's effectiveness standards or standards for effectiveness and potential effectiveness measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the end of our meeting today. We will take up the revision on the GAO report tomorrow, along with some other new business. And so we'll see you all bright and early, 9 o'clock in the morning.